Right. Restreaming.
There you go. Welcome in.
Billy. Yeah, just before you play this wonderful video, just a little bit of background because not everybody will know it, believe me. A couple of years ago, on your oath, Jeff Gray got arrested, and this is the deposition from the wonderful police officer who, as you watch as you go along, you will notice that this guy is absolutely super intelligent, this copper.
He's a fucking bellend.
No, please hear me out. You know, I mean, come off it, you know. He's super intelligent. Right.
For a scrotum.
He really is. I'm just dropping the link in for on the Euros. Right, so over on my side. Right, so the important thing here is that you've got to take this at face value. This intelligent officer who knows everything about legislation, right? And the law, because he recently did everything prior to this, and he watched the video 24 hours beforehand from his body cam, which Jeff couldn't get because he refused. I think it was the armed fisherman who actually got it for him. So you do need to go over to Jeff's channel to watch the body cam, because this is what it all refers to as the body cam video.
Right.
It's absolutely riveting. You will be glued to your seat, but if you want to go and get cups of coffee while you're at it, there are one or two pauses, long pauses. But you know, I can't recall how many. That's an in-joke, but you'll catch up on that one.
You know, he's a disgrace. He's a despicable human being.
Not only that, he's a pig.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what just in case somebody's wondering, I'll stay up on here. You can kick me out later. Stop it from recording over there if you can, once it's finished. But you can get on with other stuff. Or alternatively, you can just carry on with what's going on. Okie dokie.
You got it.
But I'm going to mute up. I'm just going to listen in and watch with bated breath.
Hey, Chubby, welcome in, mate.
You ready to pray? Please raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give and the following thoughts to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Sergeant Joffrey. My name is Reed Marks. I'm here to take your deposition today. Would you begin by giving us your full name?
Joseph Joffrey.
You don't have a middle name?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm gonna hand you a pad, and I'd ask you to put your name, your address, and phone number on this. The reason I'm not doing it on the record is because I expect that this deposition will end up being filed with the court, and as such, it would be publicly available. I don't want you to get doxxed. So would you mind writing your name, address, and phone number?
And we're reserving all objections to the form just for the record.
please don't nobody dox his name, address, or anything in chat,
You put
please.
your number on there. I can't. It's upside down.
No, we'll ask, will any of this information get released out to public?
No, that's why I'm asking you to write it on a separate sheet of paper.
Okay.
Let me make clear, what are we doing with is this being recorded or is this just for, your client's ability to view the deposition?
Both.
So is this recording, you plan to put this on the internet or something?
No, I'm not planning to put it anywhere, but I'm recording it because I'm also videotaping it and the rules allow me to do so.
Because my thing is, I've been threatened.
Just stop. Do you have the notice that was filed?
I do not.
Do you have the notice?
I do. But more importantly, let me just point out the local rule says that I can record this.
Okay, I mean, I don't have any objection to obviously it being recorded, but just for everybody's benefit on here, if somebody's planning to release this or put it on the internet or something like that, then, we're gonna file a undue publicity motion. So, a motion for a protective order. So I just want to be clear and put everybody on notice of that, but go ahead.
Have you used any other phone number since this incident with Mr. Gray, other than the one that you just wrote down? Yeah. All right, Sergeant Joffrey on. I think you know what we're here about. Have you reviewed the body cam footage that was obtained during your interaction with Mr. Gray?
Yes,
When was the last time that you reviewed that?
yesterday.
So would you say that you're comfortable with the contents of that video, or do you need to see it again to refresh your recollection?
I'm good.
Now, during that interaction, you made a statement that Mr. Gray didn't need to explain anything to you because I literally don't care. Do you remember saying that?
Correct.
And then you further stated, I'm here in reference to a complaint by the mayor of this city. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at whose request were you there? The name of the person?
Say that again.
You said that I'm here in reference to a complaint by the mayor of this city.
Okay.
Who is that?
JJ Brandon, the mayor.
And did he call you directly to make that complaint?
No.
So how were you there in reference to a complaint by the mayor? How did that get routed to you?
I'll explain that a little bit better.
The mayor didn't call you.
Yeah.
You showed up with Mr. Gray and said that you're here in reference to a complaint by the mayor. Connect those dots for me. How did his complaint that wasn't made to you get routed to you so that you were the one responding?
Investigator Eddie Hersey called me.
Called you on what device?
Cell phone.
This cell phone number that you gave me?
Correct.
And what internet provider is this?
AT&T.
Is this a personal device?
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, what did you say Mr. Hersey's title was?
Investigator, chief investigator.
The Waveland Police Department Chief Investigator, Mr. Hersey, called you on your personal cell phone to do what? What did he say?
He said a male was harassing the clerks inside of the city hall, peeping through windows, and then went outside and stood on the sidewalk.
Is it standard for you to receive calls, dispatch, instructions on a personal cell phone?
Yes, it happens.
How often does that happen?
I couldn't tell you.
Would you be able to say whether it's more often than not?
Check to the form.
So you don't know if it's more or less than 50%.
Here and there, depending on the situations, complaints.
Why would Chief Investigator Hersey call you on your personal cell phone for police business?
You would have to ask him.
Do you make police business or police related phone calls from your personal cell phone?
As far as what?
Anything having to do with your connection and your employment with the Waveland Police Department. Do you make those calls from your personal cell phone?
Yes, by a different phone number.
What's the different phone number?
There's some kind of police app that I use. If I would call like I don't know, follow up with something. I'm not even sure of the number. It's auto generated.
What's the name of the app?
1021.
And so your testimony is that that phone number changes?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you need, yes.
Yes.
And you make those calls through the app on your personal cell phone?
Correct.
If someone calls back the number that appears as the outgoing number, following me? If you call someone using this app and it has a randomly generated number and someone calls that back, does that get routed to you?
I'm not sure. I've never had anybody call me back.
So I'm going to go back to a previous question. I asked you if you'd used any different phone number. And while you may not have had a different mobile account, your testimony is now that you've used many different phone numbers in your employment. How would we get a list of those phone numbers that you have used?
I have no idea.
All right. Is this app 1021 a subscription?
I'm not sure.
How did you get this app 1021?
Downloaded it.
Did you have to create an account?
It's been so long ago, I don't recall.
How long have you been using this app?
5+ years.
Is this something that the Waveland Police Department knows you use?
No.
It's not something they encouraged you to use then?
No.
To your knowledge, does anyone else use this app?
Yes.
Is it common?
What is what coming?
Is it common among the Waveland Police Department?
I don't know.
Well, who do you know that uses this app?
I don't know either. I just know it was recommended.
By whom?
I don't know, officers in the past that I came in contact with.
At the Waveland Police Department or somewhere else?
I'm unsure.
How long have you been employed at the Waveland Police Department?
Somewhere around 3 years. Before then, another agency. Before then, Waveland again. So a total 7, 8 years in law enforcement, if I can recall correctly. Not 100% positive how long to the day.
You worked for Waveland twice. What was the other agency?
Harrison County Sheriff's Office.
Approximately how long did you work for the sheriff's department?
I'm not sure.
In the aggregate, how long have you worked at Waveland Police Department?
I'm not sure.
But you believe approximately 7 to 8 years total law enforcement experience.
Correct.
Did you go to a law enforcement academy?
Correct.
Where?
Harrison County,
Do you know what year?
2018.
You said that you watched the body cam footage yesterday. Having reviewed that within the last 24 hours, is there anything that you thought you could have done better?
I could have handled it.
Object to the form.
What's the objection?
You can,
No, hold on. What's the objection?
you're asking him to speculate.
No, I'm not asking you to speculate.
If you're comfortable with the question, then let him answer.
No,
I'm gonna
I'm-
object to it. If I don't agree with the question, then I'm gonna object to the form. And if you're
And-
comfortable, you can stand on your question. If you're not, you can rephrase it. That's how
And-
this works.
No. I'm entitled to know the basis for the objection as to the form. You said all objections, except as to the form of the question, are reserved. And now when I ask you for the basis of your objection, you said it's asking him to speculate. That's reserved. That's not a form of the question. So what's the objection to the form of the question?
You're asking the question that I think is requiring him to speculate. If you're comfortable with the question, he should continue to answer the question.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Repeat the question.
Is there anything that you think you could have done better?
I could have handled it a little different.
How?
Could have reworded some things.
What things?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Do you need to watch the video again?
No, I don't.
So if your testimony is that you could have reworded some things, but you don't know what things,
I know what things.
what things?
Just handled it better. Talked a little different.
How?
I don't know. I'm not in those shoes right now.
Well, part of this is we have the benefit of hindsight. We also have the benefit of having reviewed what happened. I don't know how many times you've watched the video, at least once. But other than rewording some things, and you can't say which things, you can't tell me anything that you would have done differently or done better.
Same objection.
Well, I have to think on that.
Well, how can you say that there are things you would have done, but I can't answer the question as to what they would have been?
I just know I could have handled it better, but it will give me time to think on it.
Here comes the stupidity.
So did you make any mistakes?
No.
This is a different question, but similar. Do you deny making any mistakes?
Object to the form.
Rewrite the question form.
Do you deny making any mistakes in your interaction with Mr. Gray?
Same objection.
You're asking the same thing, you know, have to rephrase it.
And it's not the same thing. Do you deny making any mistakes with Mr. Gray?
I'm not getting what you're saying. Have to break it down for me.
My first question was, do you admit to making any mistakes? And you answered that in the negative. Now my question is phrased differently, whether you deny making any mistakes.
I did not make any mistakes.
Tell me what the elements of vagrancy are.
Object to the form.
I can't think of all off the top of my head right now. I'm not.
Tell me what you recall. Tell me what you recall are the elements of the crime of vagrancy.
I can't recall. I don't know the laws by heart. I just know what certain crimes are. I'm not a lawyer.
So what is the crime of vagrancy?
I can't say it verbatim. Give you.
I'm not asking for verbatim. I'm asking you to tell me, you said you just know what the laws are. What is the crime of vagrancy?
Can't answer that right now on top of my head.
Well, you accused Mr. Gray of vagrancy the moment you stepped out of your cruiser. What were you accusing him of doing?
Harassing customers.
So is vagrancy harassing?
I didn't mention that to him.
I didn't ask that. Is vagrancy harassing? Is that what you think the crime of vagrancy is? So what is the crime of vagrancy?
Can't think of it off the top of my head right now.
You don't know what the crime of vagrancy is.
If I had that statute in front of me, I could then tell you.
Are you aware that the statute had been repealed 5 years before you accused Mr. Gray of vagrancy?
Correct.
All right, so how did he commit the crime of vagrancy? How could he possibly have committed a crime that had been repealed 5 years ago that you can't even define?
I'm gonna object to the argumentative nature of these questions. I would ask you to calm down a little bit when you're asking questions.
I didn't arrest him or identify him off of vacancy.
Do we need to watch the video?
If you want to watch it, you can. I'm not.
Well, let's watch the beginning of the video. Up to this point that we're talking about with vagrancy. That was you speaking, correct?
Sure.
And he asked you why you needed to see identification, and you said vagrancy.
Okay.
All right. So what is vagrancy?
I'm not a lawyer.
But you are a law enforcement officer
Correct.
that was dispatched by Chief Investigator Hersey for harassing and peeking through windows.
Correct.
And not the first, but near the first word out of your mouth is vagrancy, which we've already established is a crime that was repealed 5 years earlier.
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand, Mr. Joffrey, on why you approached Mr. Gray, who's standing there holding a sign, and accused him of vagrancy.
How did I accuse him of it?
He asked why you would need identification, and you responded vagrancy. Do we need to play this again?
You can play it.
Do you need to see it again to know that that's what
I
happened?
don't need to say anything.
So you did accuse him of vagrancy.
I didn't accuse him of vagrancy.
So why would you say the word vagrancy?
I don't know.
Well, who would know?
Dum, da dum, dum.
Can't answer that.
Then you respond that you had received several complaints that Mr. Gray was begging for food, money, stuff like that. And you had not personally observed Mr. Gray begging for food, money, or anything of the sort, had you?
Negative.
Who had you received a complaint from that he was begging for food, money, and stuff like that?
That would be, I don't know.
Well, you said you got several complaints that he was begging, but you don't know who any of the several complaints are.
I didn't receive any complaints that he was begging for money.
Where did you get the
Begging for
information?
food.
I'm sorry. Where did you get the information that there had been several complaints that he was begging for food, money, and stuff like that?
Top of my head.
So you hadn't received several complaints.
I have received several complaints
So then
that he
who
was
made?
harassing people.
But that's not what we're talking about, not harassing. You said several complaints, begging for food, money, stuff like that. Who were the several complainants?
Who knows? I don't know.
So what was your basis of your statement that there were several complaints? He was begging for food, money, and stuff like that.
Harassing customers.
What customers?
I'm not sure. Whatever's listed on the report and the statements we have.
There's not any name on here besides the ones that we've talked about.
Okay.
So there's your name, Investigator Hersey, and the mayor. There's no complaint. Who is the complainant that he was begging for food, money, and stuff like that?
You should have statements. Complaints on them.
What would those statements look like?
Witness statements, complaints.
Well, who made a witness statement? I don't have one.
I don't know.
So you said to Mr. Gray that you had received several complaints that he was begging for food, money, stuff like that, and he responded, "That's not true." And you said, "Well, I'm just out here for that reason," and again asked for identification.
Mhm.
I need a yes.
Yes.
And he asked you whether he was required to provide identification, and you responded that he was. And he asked, if I don't, what will happen? And you said, "You're going to jail, period." Do you
Yes.
recall saying that?
Yes.
All right. So what were you going to take Mr. Gray to jail for if he did not provide you identification?
Failure to comply
Failure to comply with what?
with the lawful order.
And what was the lawful order?
Identification.
Under what circumstances are you entitled to demand identification from a person?
Reasonable suspicion that crime occurred.
All right. And what reasonable suspicion did you have that he had committed a crime?
Harassing customers. Peeping through windows. Repeatedly asking people for money.
All right. But you just told me that you're not aware of one single person.
I don't know their names.
Well, who did you speak to? Where did you interact with these persons?
Beforehand, I didn't.
All right. So how did you have a reasonably articulable suspicion that he had committed a crime if you had not spoken to one single person, can't identify one single complainant, and had no personal knowledge of anything about begging for food or vagrancy?
Objections. No question.
I did have information that he was begging for money and harassing customers
What information?
from what investigator Hersey told me.
And Is that phone call recorded anywhere?
No, it's not.
You don't know what device he called you on, but you received the call on a personal cell phone.
Correct.
And those calls, are they recorded?
I'm not, my profession isn't telecoms.
Well, do you know if on your end the phone call is recorded?
No, it's not.
And you had, from Investigator Hersey, you weren't provided any names. Did you have any details about the people that Mr. Gray was supposedly harassing?
No.
All right. So the crime that you were investigating at that point was harassment?
Correct.
In your criminal case report, this is Bates labeled defendant 15 and 16. Well, let me first provide you a copy of that. Is that your report?
Yes.
You prepared that?
Yes.
In that report, under crime description and code section, we have 97-3-107, stalking, following, harassing, threatening.
Yes.
What are the elements of that crime?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I would have to look at the state statute.
Do y'all notice he had to have the lawyer look to verify if it was his report, but he wrote the report? And he wrote the statute down, but he didn't know if he wrote the statute. This is, he doesn't know what their own statute he wrote. But he's not a lawyer, but he wrote the statute. This cop does not make sense at all on anything.
This cop is one of tens of thousands of idiot cops. The same. This is their mentality. This is their attitude. They don't give a shit. They'll just make up shit and then just throw whatever charges at you, destroy your life. They don't give a shit. They'll just carry on. This guy's a classic narcissist, and he's just unfortunately just one of very, very many of them. He needs to be basically, this guy's a danger to the public, man. How many lives he's killed, he's destroyed. I'd hate to imagine how many people he's shot. I would think he enjoys it. He's the kind of person that would. He's the kind of person that would, lie about justification of use of force. Guaranteed. I mean, someone should pull up his jacket and see what else he's done. Because if he's done this to Jeff while he's on being recorded and he don't give a fuck, we can only imagine what he does out there. Right?
I don't know. 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 I don't know.
He's a danger to the public.
And we aren't even halfway done through with this. We aren't even halfway through.
He is literally a terrorist. That's the definition of what a terrorist is. Some people listening to me saying this now, they think I'm a bit harsh, but he is actively domestically terrorizing his citizens that he swore an oath to protect.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Dick. Every case needs to be looked at.
I actually agree. And this is the big problem when these people, this is why they litigate, right? Because with litigation, everything can be done internally, and they will never bring up, criminal charges against their own. So you know, over here, at least in the UK, in order for us to seek justice, it literally means having to bring up, holding them personally liable and bringing up criminal charges outside of the CPS. And then the problem is that if your case gets traction, the CPS can come in and take over your case and often tank it. I've seen that before. They'll take over your case that you've brought up at private prosecution, and then they'll deliberately, you know, like just let them off with it, you know.
He's got to have lied on every deposition he's ever done.
Yeah, of course, you can see that.
Every deposition he's ever
He
done.
should be not just put on the Brady list, but he should be disbarred from being a police officer for life, and never be allowed in any force anywhere. This is not the kind of police officer we need. This is literally the definition of earning the hate. This guy has just done more damage to the public trust than any, you know.
Yep. Okay.
Any good he's ever done in his time as a police officer has just been undone with this stupidity, this stupid fucking grin on his face, his attitude, his unprofessionalism. This is just willing misconduct. This guy just absolutely does not give a fuck because he knows he's totally protected, and he thinks at this point that this video ain't gonna go viral, right? His lawyers.
It's gone viral.
Oh, it's gone viral.
It's gone viral.
He clearly never heard of the Streisand effect, right?
It's gone viral.
For those who don't know what the Streisand effect
this report,
Yes,
this is it.
and where would you get a copy of that state statute?
through the state statute book.
Going.
Is that something maintained at the police department?
Correct.
And you reviewed it after the interaction with Mr. Gray?
I've reviewed it several times before the interaction. But yes, to answer your question, after.
So let me rephrase that, just to make sure we're saying the same thing. This wasn't the first time you had ever looked at that statute, but you reviewed it again after your interaction with Mr. Gray.
Correct.
And you can't, as we're sitting here today, articulate any of the elements of harassment.
Not off the top of my head, no.
And when you were or had reasonable suspicion that Mr. Gray had committed the crime of harassment, what course of conduct directed a specific person were you aware of?
I'm not getting what you're saying.
Well, that's one of the elements of the crime. To be guilty of this crime that you cited in your report, there has to be a course of conduct directed at a specific person.
Okay.
What course of conduct directed at what specific person were you investigating?
Whatever statements the Waverly Police Department obtained from those victims.
But you had no knowledge of that.
I had no,
Okay. Who was this specific person?
I can't name them
Well, where are they
off the
named?
top of my head.
Where are they named? They're not in your report.
There are the statements that are
Top of my head.
I don't have any statements. What, have you seen those
I
statements?
have.
Well, let's pause. Do you have the statements?
Yeah, I got things,
Have you produced them?
pretty sure.
Well, what would be the Bates numbers of those?
Reed, you should have my document production.
I do.
Well, then look through the document production. I mean, we've done disclosures. The time has not expired for us to do written discovery. You wanted to go into the deposition before you got all that. So here we are.
You're telling me that you have the reports now, and I'm asking you to help me identify them because I can't find them. Would it be contained in a CAD detail report? What would these statements look like, Mr. Joffrey?
I can't describe them, to be honest with you. Just statements.
Is there any specific form that they would come in?
Just like Waveland Police Department statement.
There is no forms. This guy's looking for nothing.
I'm sure you produced the statements. In your disclosures.
There clearly isn't any statements. This guy's looking, shuffling through papers, looking for nothing that
I'm
doesn't
willing to
exist.
be
Yeah, I'm pretty
corrected, but I don't know why I would have.
Lisa Ladner, there's one from Aaron Huxley, there's one from Julie Bromley.
What are the base numbers there?
I don't see a base number on there. Did you use base numbers?
I mean, I don't have those reports unless, I mean, I don't think I have those. And I don't think that they were produced in the disclosures of the defendants.
So the lawyer's just as stupid.
Do you think that this might have come from that public records request from the other person?
I'm sure there is a part of that, yeah. There was a lot of documentation if I remember that production.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I didn't have anything to do with that. In fact, just FYI, that guy sent that stuff to me unsolicited. So I produced everything we had.
Ding, 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 ding. There is none.
Is that the type of report that you, all right. So this is within whatever the public records were produced by the city to a public records request generated by, what was that gentleman's name? He goes by Hattiesburg Civil Discourse. Joshua Hodge. So have you reviewed those statements from Ms. Ladner and others?
Correct.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
When did you review those?
Whenever they were obtained, I'm not sure which date or time that they were obtained.
Well, when were they obtained in relation to the writing of your report?
I'm not sure.
So you don't know if you saw them before or after the report. Did you see them before or after this videotape interaction with Mr. Gray?
I can't recall. It's been over a year ago.
You don't know if you saw the written statements of the witnesses before you got out of the cruiser and approached Mr. Gray?
I did not see the statements before then. No.
Okay. So at the time you were interacting with Mr. Gray, you were not aware of any conduct directed at a specific person.
Yes.
You had a report from Mr. Halsey, but you did not know the specific person's name.
I didn't know the specific person's name.
And were you aware of any credible threat asserted by Mr. Gray towards a person?
Negative.
And what was the course of conduct that was considered harassing to this person that we don't know?
Whatever they stated.
You getting roasted on a spigot like a hot dog out of an open fire in a grill.
But at the time you were investigating Mr. Gray, demanding his identification for the reasonably articulable suspicion of the crime of harassment, you had no information about the course of conduct because you had not seen any of the reports.
Objection to the form.
Isn't that correct?
Repeat what you just said.
So I asked you about the course of conduct, and you said something like whatever they said. And we've already established that you had not seen any of the reports at the point that you were interacting with Mr. Gray. So how could you be investigating whatever they said when you didn't have that information?
Because of the complaint that came.
And that was routed to you from Hersey. Was there any specific information provided by Chief Investigator Hersey about the conduct that would constitute harassment?
Would be Investigator Hersey. But he did not further explain. He just stated it was harassing, peeping through windows, so on and so forth.
Well, we got peeping through windows and harassing. That's all we've got at this point.
Harassing is a crime.
The elements of which you can't articulate now.
Not off the top of my head.
Did you suspect or have any reasonably articulable suspicion that Mr. Gray had any sort of weapon?
I have no idea.
I know that, but that wasn't my question. I'm not asking you if you knew he did. I asked you if you had any reasonably articulable suspicion that he did.
I can't answer that. I don't know off the top of my head. At that moment, what was running through my head? It's not a crime to have a weapon.
I understand that. But today, you're not able to say that at the time you interacted with Mr. Gray, you did or did not have a suspicion that he had a weapon.
Reword that a little bit so I can better understand it.
Did you have any basis to believe that Mr. Gray had a weapon?
I would perceive that he would, just for my general safety and my fellow officers, we treat anybody that they have access to a weapon.
Well, I assume every person is armed as well, but that's not the same thing as having a reason to believe that you are armed right now because I saw the firearm on your right hip.
Okay.
I'm not asking if you make the assumption or the default position is that people are armed. I understand that. I'm asking, did you have any reasonable belief that Mr. Gray was armed, other than just the default that you're going to treat everyone as if they're armed until you prove otherwise?
I'm gonna stick with that answer. Treat everybody like they're armed.
All right. So I'm going to assume, unless you tell me differently, that you didn't have any particular reason to believe that he was armed.
I didn't say that.
You did not say that either. So I'm going to move on. Now, what person or what evidence did you have to believe that Mr. Gray was stalking someone?
The report of it through Chief Investigator Hersey.
The peeping through windows and harassing.
Same thing.
That's the same thing as stalking.
No, I did not say that. I said the same person that reported the stalking, same thing as, I'm saying, peeping Tom and stalking, harassing.
And yet we don't know who that person was
Who person? Which
that
person?
reported the peeping and the stalking.
To who?
You don't know who that person was.
To who?
To you or to Hersey?
Never.
You also said that you were investigating.
Told you, the most
Mr.
dumbest
Gray
copper I've
in
ever
your
fucking
report
seen in my life.
for violation of Waveland City Ordinance 82-1, peddling. What constitutes the crime of peddling?
I can't think of it off the top of my head. I don't recall.
How could you be investigating Mr. Gray for peddling if you don't know what peddling is?
I knew what it was then. But I'll have to refresh my memory.
What caused it to be fresh in your memory on May 30th, 2023 at approximately 9:46 a.m. that it's not fresh October 9, 2024?
I have no idea.
Your testimony is that on May 30th, 2023, you knew what the crime of peddling consisted of.
Correct. Not a crime, city ordinance.
Whatever peddling may be, is committing that not a crime?
I'm not a lawyer. Just a law enforcement officer.
But you wrote a report, Mr. Joffrion, that said crime description peddling.
Correct.
So according to your report, you were investigating Mr. Gray for peddling.
Stalking, harassing.
Well, it's both.
Yeah, correct.
What constitutes the elements of a violation of city ordinance number 38?
I have no idea. Not off the top of my head. I don't recall.
Did you know on May 30th, 2023?
I don't recall either where my mind was or what I was thinking.
Sergeant Joffrion was advised that that there had been several complaints regarding him asking for money, parentheses, violation of city ordinance number 38, in paren, and harassing residents. And you have no idea what city ordinance 38 is.
I'll have to go back and look at it.
Why did you describe Mr. Gray as argumentative?
Because he wouldn't provide identification.
Well, he had explained to you that he didn't believe he was obligated to provide you with identification under the circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And he said, what was his reason that he gave you why he didn't think that he had to provide you with identification?
That's your client. I'm not sure.
No, that's not what I asked. What was the reason that he gave you?
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
All right, let's go back to the video then.
I'm not sure. Okay.
So what did he say there to you about the identification? What was his explanation?
Something along the lines standing on the sidewalk.
Engaged in what?
Freedom of speech. Is that what he said? I can't recall.
Free expression. We'll call it the same thing. him asserting his rights, saying that he was on a public sidewalk engaged in constitutionally protective activity. Is that what you termed argumentative?
No, just failing to identify.
What policy or practice authorizes you to demand identification from someone the moment that you interact with them?
Policy as far as what?
What policy or practice or law or any other authority authorizes you to approach someone and immediately demand identification
Reasonable suspicion.
of commission of a crime?
Right.
And in this case, the crime that you reasonably suspected had been committed was harassment.
Right.
Anything else?
I don't know what he did other than that.
All right. So it wasn't stalking.
Could have been.
It wasn't peddling.
Well, I have to look further into it. I'm not the investigator.
No,
I was just
I'm not
investigating.
asking about what he might have done that you could have figured out later. I'm talking about 5 seconds into this transcript. You said that you were entitled to ask him for identification because you reasonably suspected he had committed the crime of harassment. And I just want to make sure that there was no other crime that you suspected he might have committed.
I don't know his intentions.
I'm not asking about his intentions, Sergeant Joffrey. I'm asking what you knew. I'm asking exclusively what you knew or suspected at the time that you approached Mr. Gray.
Stalking, harassing, so
But not peddling.
I'll have to go back and look at the city ordinance.
And we don't know what City Ordinance 38 is,
I'll have to go back and look at the city ordinance book.
but right now you don't know what that is.
I don't recall.
And then your report also says, in reference to a male harassing citizens and panhandling.
Correct.
Is panhandling a crime?
Panhandling?
Yes.
What's the definition of a panhandling?
Well, that was going to be my next question to you. My first question, though, is panhandling a crime?
I'm not a lawyer, I'm not sure.
But he'll issue tickets for it.
Well, you described his conduct as panhandling. What is panhandling?
I'm not sure. I'm not a
Watch
lawyer.
his lawyer, right?
What were you describing
Watch
in
his
your
lawyer.
report where you
Watch
used that
his
word?
eyes look over
Another
to
year
the
ago,
phone
I'm
every
not
5
sure.
seconds.
Don't recall.
Do you need to review the report to refresh your recollection?
Negative.
So even reviewing your report now, having seen the body cam video in the last 24 hours, you can't say what you were talking about with panhandling.
Can't remember, I can't recall.
So you demanded identification under reasonable suspicion that he had been harassing or stalking people. And then you admit that you said if he didn't provide the identification, he was going to jail, period. Correct?
Correct.
And can you cite to me a policy, procedure, law, or ordinance that authorizes you to demand identification for a person you reasonably suspected, at least that's your testimony, of harassment and stalking?
I'll have to go back and look at the law book. Don't remember.
So you can't cite to me now.
Right now, off the top of my head, no.
Then you said you're going to jail for failure to identify. What ordinance or state code section is the crime of failure to identify?
There isn't one.
Right. Why would you say that you're going to jail for failure to identify?
It is. Oh no.
And then Mr. Gray says, can I just leave? You said, if you wish to do so, but I need to identify you first. Do you agree with me at that point, Mr. Gray was not free to leave?
He was detained because he's been investigated of a possible crime.
So he was not free to leave. He was being detained.
Yes.
And if he had attempted to leave, what would have happened?
Went to jail.
Mr. Gray said that he would like to stay there. Do you remember saying that you're not going to stay here, period?
Sure.
And why was Mr. Gray not permitted to stay there?
I can't recall.
Was Mr. Gray on a public sidewalk?
Yes.
Is City Hall a public property?
Yes.
Why was he not free to stay there and continue what he was doing?
I'm not sure.
But you told him that he wasn't. And now you don't know why you said that.
Correct. Been over a year ago.
Then he asked why he had to leave, and you said, because I'm instructing you. I'm giving you a lawful order to leave. You remember saying that?
Yes.
All right. What was your authority for a, quote, lawful order that he must leave the public sidewalk on the public city hall?
Sure.
I am the law.
Then you told him that if he didn't leave, he was going to jail again. Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
Let's. It's going to be
Keeps saying he doesn't know the laws. Got to look up the laws. In Mississippi, police sergeant duties generally involves supervising, managing police officer, enforcing laws, and ensuring public safety. And he's a sergeant. His main duty is enforcing local, state, federal laws, regulations. That is one of his main duties.
Money good. Always spent.
Boy, he is supposed to be enforcing the laws and managing his police officers underneath him, the laws. So if he doesn't know the laws, how can he be enforcing the laws of his officers under him? This is, and he's still employed with them, guys, as a sergeant.
Over 60,000 a year, at the least. Plus overtime, I imagine.
Stay away from there. Stay away from there. Please don't drive through there.
Well, you know what you're gonna get.
Hey, Abe.
Mr. Gray, he turned and attempted to walk away, correct?
Correct.
And then you called him back, right? Because he was detained.
Correct.
Don't get ready on it.
Did you see where you said if he didn't give identification, he was going to jail?
Correct.
And in your report, you said Sergeant Joffrey Allen advised if he did not leave, he was going to jail for disorderly conduct. What is the crime of disorderly conduct?
I don't have the law book in front of me.
Who was he disturbing?
That's why I was investigating.
What conduct was he
Does he run
committing that
around
was
in his car with a
disorderly?
law
That's why I
book?
was investigating.
What conduct did you observe that had breached the peace?
That's why I was investigating.
No. What conduct had you observed that was a breach of the peace?
I didn't observe any conduct.
What conduct were you investigating that was a breach of the peace?
What's in the report? Stalking, harassing.
Panhandling, city ordinance number 38, peddling, none of which we can define. Mr. Gray ultimately provided you with his identification, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do once you received his identification?
Ran his information.
Ran it through what?
Hancock County Dispatch.
And do you know what databases they queried?
Not understand what you said.
You provided his, I believe it was his driver's license number to dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And they did something with it. Do you know what they did with it?
I don't work in dispatch.
That's not what I asked.
No,
For what purpose did you provide that information to dispatch?
say that again.
For what purpose did you provide Mr. Gray's driver's license number to dispatch?
To obtain his information,
What information?
his personal information,
What information?
his information,
What?
his information.
I don't know what that means. What information?
His information. Let me keep it as that.
You can't answer what information you were trying to obtain.
His basic information, his name, date of birth, all that.
So his name, his date of birth, did you want his address?
No, I didn't want his address.
You had his name on his driver's license, correct? Had his date of birth on the driver's license as well. Even though you said you didn't want his address, that was on the driver's license as well. So for what purpose did you provide his driver's license number to dispatch?
Reason suspicion that is committed crime.
What was dispatch going to do with it?
I don't know.
All right, we can quit beating around the bush, Mr. Joffrey. You provided that number to dispatch so that they could run a background check on Mr. Gray, correct?
Correct.
To see if he had any outstanding warrants, correct?
That was not the sole purpose. No.
I didn't ask if it was the sole purpose. Was it a purpose?
What do you mean?
Did you provide that information to dispatch to determine whether Mr. Gray had any outstanding warrants?
Primarily? Or is it additional information?
For any reason?
For any reason to arrest him because he had a warrant? I'm not sure what you're saying.
I'm asking, I'm still trying to understand why you provided the information to dispatch if you wanted to know who he was and his date of birth, which was in the piece of laminated paper in your hand,
I advise you the other reason.
to get his basic information.
Correct.
But you already had his basic information. It was in your hand.
Okay.
So why would you go to another step of providing that to someone else if you weren't trying to run a background check on him?
I did not run a background check on him.
You asked dispatch to do that, didn't they?
No,
They didn't?
no.
Look at that stupid grin on his face.
You said, I'll give you your ID once it comes back. Comes back from where?
Dispatch.
So again, what were you waiting on dispatch to come back with?
It's information.
What information?
It's personal information.
His name
That's what I just said a few minutes ago.
and his date of birth,
Correct.
which you already had. So what information were you waiting for dispatch to come back with that you did not already have?
So they could log him on a CAD for report purposes.
Now, what is CAD?
I'm not sure.
What is CAD used for?
Reports and along with other things.
What other
I don't
things?
know.
He doesn't know what the CAD is used for. Is he that stupid? Can anybody in chat tell me what a CAD is?
He
Everybody-
is that stupid, Mamabear. To answer the question.
Anybody know what a CAD is? I think everybody in the planet knows what a CAD is. Everybody knows what a CAD is. It's not a cat. It's a CAD, you jackass.
To your knowledge, was a warrants check performed on Mr. Gray?
I don't know. I don't work in dispatch.
To your knowledge, was a background check of Mr. Gray performed?
To my knowledge, no.
Your report says Sergeant Joffrion advised that if he did not leave, that he was going to jail for disorderly conduct. I can play the whole video for you again with Sergeant Joffrion if you'd like.
That's fine.
But at no point in this approximately 5-minute video do you use or ever utter the word disorderly conduct.
Okay.
So would you agree with me that your report is inaccurate when you said that you advised him he was going to jail for disorderly conduct?
No.
Would you, how could that not be inaccurate if you never said the word disorderly conduct?
I don't know.
Do you remember saying the word disorderly conduct in your interaction with Mr. Gray?
It's been over a year ago. I don't remember a lot of things.
I'm sorry, I need a straight answer to that question. Yes or no?
Repeat the question.
Do you remember advising Mr. Joffrion in your interaction that he would go to jail for disorderly conduct?
Do I remember saying that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember when in this interaction you said that?
No.
what you just said then. It doesn't matter whether you committed a crime or not. You have to identify. Do you believe that to be an accurate statement of the law?
Next to the form.
Reword that.
No, I'm not going to reword it.
Then I'm not going to answer it.
Read it back.
You just said there, it doesn't matter whether you committed a crime or not. You have to identify. Do you believe that to be an accurate statement of the law?
Yeah, I have reasonable suspicion to identify someone.
Okay, we're back to vagrancy.
Okay.
He asked you what crime you were investigating. You said vagrancy right there. You heard it, correct? Not harassing, not stalking. You didn't say that.
Okay.
All right. And we've already established that vagrancy is not a crime, correct? So you couldn't have been investigating him for the crime of vagrancy when there is no such crime, correct?
Correct.
Now, you just said there, I never said you were going to jail. That wasn't true, was it?
No, it wasn't.
All right, there, Mr. Gray asked you if it was possible to obtain body cam footage, and you said absolutely not. Correct?
Correct.
That's not true either, is it?
Back to the form.
No.
Okay, the dispatcher just said something. Negative 29. What did you catch what she said?
Not really.
Let's try to play it back. What did she say? Negative 29? What does that mean?
You would add that, you would dispatch.
What does negative 4 mean?
You have to with dispatch.
You don't know what it means.
Not the top of my head, no.
So your testimony today under oath is that when she said, comes back to Marcus Jeffrey, valid, negative 29, negative 4, you did not know what she meant.
I knew what it meant then.
but you don't know what it means today.
No.
Are you still a sergeant with the Waveland Police Department?
Correct.
And so if I called you over the radio, or dispatch called you over the radio and said, valid -29, -4, you would not know what that means today.
Probably so. Not right now, though.
Why do you not know right now?
Tired.
At the conclusion of the video, you said, I'm giving you a lawful order not to come back. And I think we've established that you can't cite to me any law or statute or ordinance that authorize you to provide a lawful order, correct?
Texas form.
Repeat the question.
You can't cite to me any authority that lets you, as a sergeant for the Waveland Police Department, to give a lawful order not to come back to public property.
No.
Is that Waveland Police Department or City of Waveland, Mississippi policy to tell people that they can't return to public property?
Texas form.
No.
On how many occasions have you told someone that they can't return to public property?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
More than once?
I have no idea.
You don't know if you've told
Wow.
any person other than
Wow.
Mr. Gray.
Wow.
Don't. No, sir.
Wow. Wow.
Well, what was your basis for telling Mr. Gray that he couldn't stay there, that he had to leave the property under a lawful order?
I don't recall.
You didn't have any authority to tell Mr. Gray that he couldn't stay or that he had to leave the property, did you?
No.
At this point, you said that you had been investigating Mr. Gray for harassment and stalking. The dispatcher comes back, she gives these codes that you don't know what they mean,
Correct.
and you tell him that he is free to leave, but not free to stay.
Correct.
Had that concluded your investigation for the harassment and stalking?
Mine?
Yes. You said that you had reasonably articulable suspicion that he had committed the crime, was committing the crime of harassment or stalking.
No.
What additional investigation did you perform after telling Mr. Gray he had to leave the premises?
Got in contact with the complainant originally.
And who was the original complainant?
The name.
Now, when
I would say secondary complainant.
when I asked you earlier in this deposition who the complainant was,
The original complainants? I don't know.
so did you go speak with the mayor right then after Mr. Gray left?
Correct.
Is that on body cam?
No.
Why not?
Because it wasn't in the scope of my duties, citizens of call. Let me reword that. Wasn't like general public interaction.
What is the department's policy on activating the body cams?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
So you don't know when you're supposed to activate them,
I can't recall off the top of my head.
and you're a supervisor at the Waveland Police Department.
Absolutely.
You've been continuously employed by Waveland Police Department since May 30th, 2023.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
you don't know the policy on body cam.
Not off the top of my head.
Absolutely.
How can you perform your job as a sergeant and supervisor at Waveland Police Department if you don't know the policy?
I don't know. You tell me.
You tell me.
His arrogance just showed through all the way.
Have you ever been called to City Hall for a person speaking, demonstrating, engaging in expressive conduct?
I don't.
How many other people have you accused of vagrancy besides Mr. Gray?
I don't recall.
Is it city policy to tell people if you don't like it, you can go back to Florida, period?
I don't recall.
Or how many other people have you told if they don't like it, they can go back to where they came from?
I don't recall.
You said Mississippi isn't some free will state. What is a free will state?
I have no idea.
Well, what did you mean when you said Mississippi isn't a free will state?
I don't recall.
Other than this report that you have in front of you, consisting of 2 pages, did you write any other reports related to this event?
I don't recall.
Are you aware of any other reports related to this event besides yours and the one from Eddie Hersey?
I don't recall.
And Mr. Jeffrey, when we started the deposition, we're talking about your biographical information. You mentioned that you had received a number of threats from people. Yes.
Yes.
Any of those threats you believe were made by my client?
I'm not the judgment of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. Do you have a reason to believe that my client had made any of those threats?
Yes. I said that.
Which threats do you think that Mr. Gray made?
I'm not sure.
When?
When what?
When did Mr. Gray make a threat that you attribute to him?
I didn't actually say he made a threat. I assumed it or has.
And what's that assumption based on?
Again, this is where we are going to ask everybody in the channels, in all the channels here, do not call the police department. Do not call him. Do not email, nothing. We are asking you, please do not dox, email, or call anybody. Please.
Everything related to this incident.
You can't cite to anything specific that would lead you to believe that Mr. Gray had threatened you?
We wrote that.
I don't know how to better ask that. You don't have any, you said that you assume Mr. Gray had threatened you. And I'm asking you to provide any information that would lead you to that assumption.
Do I have information pertaining to that?
Anything that would cause you to believe Mr. Gray had threatened you.
Yes, our interaction.
And what was it about the interaction that led you to believe that Mr. Gray would threaten me?
His failure to comply with
Informing TV stations, that's a
When you
different
asked for
story,
notification.
but not
or
call
the
them
news like I
directly.
stated in the report.
Do you have any emails or phone messages or phone calls, phone logs, anything of that sort that you could trace back to Mr. Gray?
Not directly.
I mean, I don't deny the fact that a lot of people saw this video and a lot of people were really mad about this video.
Correct.
And some of those people are crazy.
Correct.
I don't countenance people threatening anyone, law enforcement, you in this particular situation.
Thank you.
But, and that's part of the reason that I want to protect your privacy. I saw a lot of that too. A lot of people directed some serious vitriol your way. My concern though is simply my client. And whether you have any reason to believe that he was the actor or the instigator of that, other than publishing his YouTube channel.
Instigator, I think so.
Anything other than by putting that on YouTube?
Who knows what kind of comments or direct messages he has stated.
Fair enough. But to your knowledge, has he done anything such as providing your contact information to anyone?
No.
In the video, you said you were a veteran of the Air Force.
Correct.
When you were in the Air Force, what was your occupation?
Security forces.
What sort of training does the Air Force provide on security forces?
I would be here all day if I told you. Numerous
Well, give me some idea.
law enforcement, missile security.
Missile security is not something that I'm worried about in the context of this lawsuit. What training did you have regarding law enforcement in the Air Force?
Basic law enforcement.
And what does that include?
Can't think off the top of my head, to be honest with you. Just law enforcement stuff.
Does it include education on protecting the constitutionally protected rights of persons?
Say that again?
Your training in the Air Force for security forces. Did any of that include training about how to not violate someone's constitutional rights?
What does not valid? What does that have to do with that? I'm confused.
I'm asking about your training and your education
Okay.
on not violating the rights of persons, whether those are due process or constitutionally protected rights of free expression, anything along those lines. I don't know what the Air Force security force training involves. Being a military, I don't know if it has anything to do with training on Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable search and seizure. I'm asking you.
I'm not even sure. That's been years ago. I can't remember what happened yesterday, much less a year ago.
He doesn't know the Constitution. He can't remember what happened yesterday, but he gives depositions. All right.
How long were you in the Air Force security forces?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look at my DG 214.
Months, years, decades?
3 years. I don't know the approximate dates, months, whatever.
And after you, well, were you in the security forces at the time of your discharge from the Air Force?
Yes,
Was that an honorable discharge?
absolutely.
What did you do as your next occupation after the Air Force?
Nothing. I'm here.
I'm sorry?
I'm here.
Well, I mean, your occupation right now is a sergeant at the Waveland Police Department.
Correct.
Was that your next occupation after the Air Force? But then you took a break and from the Waveland Police Department and worked at the Harrison County Sheriff's Department for a period of time.
Correct.
And now you're back at Waveland.
Correct.
At what point in that history did you go to the Harrison County Law Enforcement Academy?
2018.
You just told me that you didn't know the dates of the Air Force, so I don't know when you got out of the Air Force, and I don't know when you started with the Waveland Police Department the first time. And you told me you didn't know when you worked at the Harrison County Sheriff's Department. So I don't know any of these dates. I need to know in the chronology of those occupations when you went to the Harrison County Law Enforcement Academy.
I'm not sure.
Was it before you started at Waveland?
Wait, say that again? I'm confused.
Did you go to the Law Enforcement Academy before you worked at Waveland the first time?
Talking about was I certified?
That's a separate question, but I'm gonna ask, if you want to answer that one now, I'm gonna ask.
I'm
it
just
later.
confused by what you're trying to get at.
I'm trying to figure out when you went to the Law Enforcement Academy in relation to your jobs. You told me 2018 twice,
Okay.
but I don't know when you started at Waveland the first time because you can't provide that data.
No, I cannot.
So was it before you started at the Waveland Police Department the first time or after?
Oh, I get what you're saying. The first time.
So while we don't know the exact dates, you left the Air Force Security Forces and then you went to the Law Enforcement Academy before you
Incorrect.
corrected.
Worked at Wayland PD. Got certified.
While you were working at Waveland PD?
Yes.
Okay. The first time.
Correct.
That helps a lot. So you left the Air Force, your first job after the Air Force was at the Waveland PD.
I left while I was employed with Wayland PD.
All right, I'll take that. And while you were working at Waveland PD for the first occasion, you went to the Law Enforcement Academy and became certified.
Correct.
Then you went to the Harrison County Sheriff's Department for some period of time as a certified officer.
Correct.
And then came back to the Waveland Police Department. And you're a certified officer now?
Correct.
And when you went to the Law Enforcement Academy, what training did you receive on vagrancy laws,
I can't even remember.
stop and frisk laws?
I never ran over press. Stop and press.
And what training do you remember?
Patting down subjects for weapons. That's it. No, sir.
Do you remember any training on what was required before you could stop someone and frisk them?
I can't recall, to be honest with you.
Do you recall any training on statutes that were require someone to identify themselves?
I can't recall.
Do you recall any training at the Law Enforcement Academy about First Amendment?
I can't recall.
Do you recall any training about the Fourth Amendment?
I can't.
What are the Waveland Police Department policies on interaction with the public when they are engaged in expressive conduct?
You have to get with them as far as that.
You're a supervisor at the Waveland Police Department, and you don't know the policies on interactions with the public engaged in expressive conduct.
It's not something I study over. I can't recall.
Who would know the policies of the city of Waveland or the Waveland Police Department with regarding to persons engaged in expressive conduct?
I don't know.
Have you taken, since you completed the Law Enforcement Academy, any continuing education courses?
Yes.
Do you have a list of those?
No.
What do you recall?
SWAT school.
SWAT school.
He's part of SWAT. Oh my God.
Anything else?
Can't recall.
Do you have any continuing education courses on the First or Fourth Amendment?
I can't recall.
So I think we went over this, but I didn't write it down. 7 or 8 years total law enforcement experience. Don't know how long at the Harrison County Sheriff's Department. So we can't figure out by subtraction how long you've been at Waveland. Do you recall how long you've been at Waveland?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you were at the Sheriff's Department for more or less than a year?
More.
More or less than, like, 2 years?
A year.
Why did you leave the Sheriff's Department and come back to Waveland?
Just did it.
During your tenure at the Waveland Police Department, have you been counseled or reprimanded in any way?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I don't recall.
More or less than 10?
I don't recall.
More or less than 100?
I don't recall.
More or less than 1,000?
I don't recall.
What were they for?
One for not checking reports, time management,
You mean, you said not checking them, like proofreading them or not submitting them?
proofreading, then submitting.
What else?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
You need to take a break?
Good. Thank you for asking.
Let's go back to the call that you received from Chief Investigator Hersey that prompted you to go to City Hall where Mr. Gray was. Refer to your report if you need to, whatever you want. Tell me as much as you can recall about the specifics of what you were investigating at the
Harassing.
time of dispatch. Before you got out of the cruiser when we started the video.
So before the video,
Before the video, I want to know what information you have.
harassing customers, peeping through windows, that general nature.
And all of that information came from Chief Investigator Hersey.
Correct.
In your interaction with Mr. Gray, was there anything more that wasn't recorded on the body cam video that we just reviewed?
Not that I'm aware of.
the body cam begins, I would describe it as concurrently with you exiting the cruiser.
I would say.
Did you, before activating the body cam, before exiting the cruiser, spend any time in observation of the plane?
No.
Before you approached Mr. Gray and with a greeting and a demand for identification, were you aware of what message he was conveying?
As far as,
Did you know what his sign said at the time you demanded identification?
no, I did not.
Let me go back to your training and your instruction on behalf of the Waveland Police Department. You approached Mr. Gray and asked for identification based on your testimony that you reasonably believed he had committed the crime of harassment or stalking. Is that in accord with Waveland policy?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you were acting in accord with police department policy or not?
I don't recall. I don't know policies off the top of my head. I'm not a genius.
So you can't testify today that you weren't in violation of the policies.
I would have to go look at it, but I know I was doing the right thing.
The right thing according to whom?
Policies. I can't think of policies off the top of my head. No.
Well, how can you have it both ways, Mr. Chalkrion? If you don't know the policies, how can you say that you were doing the right thing according to the policies?
I have no idea.
And you don't know what the policies are. So in this situation, you don't know what the police department policy is on approaching an individual standing at City Hall on the public sidewalk, holding a sign.
You don't have a
Says-
policy for that.
Well, what policy would apply to a situation like that?
You have to contact administration.
But you were acting on behalf of the Waveland Police Department.
Correct.
So how did you know how to act on behalf of the Waveland Police Department? What were you relying upon to guide you in your interaction with Mr. Gray?
My experience.
What experience?
Law enforcement.
Specifically, what experience did you have with individuals holding signs in front of City Hall?
I have no idea. Don't recall.
So what other experience were you relying on in interacting with Mr. Gray?
Law enforcement.
Is this the first time that you had ever been called for somebody who was panhandling?
I don't recall.
Is it a crime to ask people for money?
Not a lawyer. I'll have to go look at the statute book.
Well, you said that would be a violation of city ordinance number 38 in your report. But we can't define, we don't know what city ordinance number 38 is.
You have to get in contact with the investigators.
But I'm asking you about your report.
Mhm.
And you can't say whether it is or it isn't a crime to ask people for money.
Don't recall.
Nothing in your training has addressed whether or not asking people for money is a crime.
I don't recall.
What's your understanding of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution?
Yeah, I'm gonna object. You've repeatedly asked this witness to draw legal conclusions.
No, I
He's
didn't.
he's not an expert witness. He's a fact witness. If you've got facts to ask him, then ask him the facts. But you're repeatedly asking him to draw legal conclusions, and that's not appropriate.
Your objection is never.
Well, no, it is noted, and you've done it repeatedly, and so I'm trying to avoid having to request a protective order on this. I mean, you know that it's not appropriate to ask these witnesses to draw legal conclusions. It's just not. And
I'm
you've
not
done it,
asking
and you've
him
done
to-
it all. What is your understanding of the First Amendment? That's not asking him to draw a legal conclusion. How is that not?
It is asking him what his understanding of the First Amendment is. I did not ask him what does the First Amendment, the United States Constitution protect, provide, or anything else. I asked him about his understanding of it. If he doesn't understand the First Amendment, then he can say
You've
that.
asked what facts constitute what crimes. You've repeatedly asked him to draw legal conclusions.
I asked him about his knowledge of the crimes that he accused my
Okay,
client
I
of
want
committing.
it on the record that I have asked.
It's frozen here.
Provide or anything else. I asked him about his understanding of it. If he doesn't understand the First Amendment, then he can say
You've
that.
asked what facts constitute what crimes. You've repeatedly asked him to draw legal conclusions.
I asked him about his knowledge of the crimes that he accused my
Okay,
client
I
of
want
committing.
it on the record that I have asked you over and over again to quit asking these witnesses to draw legal conclusions because that is inappropriate. And if it continues, I'm going to ask for a protective order on it.
I'm going to continue to ask the witnesses what their understanding of the laws that they were enforcing was. If you think that's inappropriate, then we'll
we
have
can
to
see,
deal with that.
well, we can get the transcript and we'll see where it goes, but you can continue, but I want it clear for the record.
That's fair. What's your understanding of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution?
I don't recall. I'm not an expert as far as,
Do you know what the First Amendment protects at all?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution
recall.
protects? Do you know what the Mississippi Constitution provides regarding the right of the people to peaceably assemble and petition the government?
Don't recall.
Do you know what the Constitution of the state of Mississippi provides regarding freedom of speech and the freedom of press?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the Mississippi Constitution provides with regard to deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process of law?
I'm not a lawyer.
I understand that you're a law enforcement officer, not a lawyer. My question was very simple. Do you know?
I don't recall.
Mr. Gray asked you in this video if you had undertaken an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution of the United States of America, and you responded yes. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And did you also take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the state of Mississippi?
I don't recall.
But you would agree that your oath required you to abide by the Constitution, whatever it may require.
Repeat the question.
You would agree that your oath required you to uphold the Constitution, whatever it may require.
Which oath?
Your oath of office. You took an oath to be a police officer, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Mr. Gray that you had taken an oath?
I don't recall. Whatever the video states.
You remember taking an oath when you went in the Air Force? I wonder if this guy is married. He probably doesn't recall.
He can't remember his wife.
I remember telling Mr. Gray that you don't need to explain anything to me because I literally don't care.
I don't recall, but if it's on the video, I'll say it.
Would you like to see it?
It's up to you.
Does he recall getting up and putting his foot in his right leg or in his left leg? Does he remember if he put his shirt on? Does he recall putting his underwear on? I really hate to say that. Does he recall if you whipped his ass?
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
All right. And you said that you were there in reference to vagrancy, and you said it was city ordinance, and we've established that's not true. Right.
Who established that?
Well, you already admitted that vagrancy is not a crime.
Correct.
All right. And so it's not a city ordinance.
Okay.
Right?
Don't recall it being in the city ordinance or whether it is or not.
But you said it was. You said vagrancy was in the city ordinance. It's in your interaction. We can agree on that point, right?
Whether it is or that I said it.
That you said it.
That I said it, yes.
On Wednesday, May 30th, 2023, approximately 9:45 a.m., Mr. Gray was standing there holding a sign. Correct.
The dates and the hours I don't pay attention to.
I'm assuming that those are correct. In fact, let's just remove those from the questions.
Okay.
Mr. Gray was standing there holding a sign that said, "God bless the homeless vets." Correct.
When I arrived on scene, yes.
He was outside City Hall on the sidewalk next to the main entrance of the building. Correct.
When I arrived on scene, yes.
Was he in any way impeding ingress or egress to the facility?
Explain that.
When you arrived, was Mr. Gray standing in such a way that he was impeding people from getting in and out of City Hall?
Like as far as blocking the entranceway?
Yes.
When I arrived on scene,
We've already established City Hall's public property.
correct.
Do you know why you denied those two things that we just went over in your answer?
I don't recall.
Did you ever observe Mr. Gray acting abusively threatening, or obstructionist to anyone?
Personally observing?
Yes.
No.
Did you observe Mr. Gray harassing or haranguing anyone? Again, personal observation.
No.
When you saw him, the whole time you interacted with him, did he speak at a reasonable volume typical for someone on a sidewalk?
Explain that.
He wasn't yelling, was he?
His voice is a little agitated, aggravated.
Was it any louder than yours?
No.
Were you agitated?
Oh, absolutely.
Why were you agitated?
Honestly, because I don't want to have to do paperwork to arrest somebody for failure to comply.
Failure to comply with your order to provide identification?
Absolutely.
Were you agitated when you approached Mr. Gray?
No.
All right. So at what point did you become agitated?
When he refused to identify himself.
So like right off the bat, he refused that. You asked him for identification, he denied. You became agitated at that point.
Is that what the video states?
Yes. Would you like to see it? I mean, we can go back. It's in the first 10 seconds.
That's fine.
Was that the point at which you became agitated or started getting agitated?
No,
So what point was that?
I'm not sure. I don't know the correct minutes, seconds.
Did you observe Mr. Gray consuming alcoholic beverages?
No,
Did you observe him creating a disturbance or annoyance?
in my presence, no.
Did you observe him asking anyone for financial support?
In my presence, no.
Is begging for food, money, and stuff like that a crime?
Not a lawyer. Don't recall.
You don't know. You ever been sued before?
No.
At any point during this interaction with Mr. Gray, did you consult with Officer Andrews, who's there at the end of the table?
No.
Was there a reason that you didn't discuss any of this with Mr. Andrews
Before or after?
before, during the time that you were interacting with Mr. Gray?
When you say consult, explain that.
Ask him what to do, how to handle it,
No,
debate anything about
No.
the best way to go about this?
no.
What, in the relationship at the Wayland Police Department, you're a supervisor, where does Mr. Andrus fall on that? Is he underneath your supervision?
Correct.
Do you know how long he's been in office?
No.
Do you recall when this report was prepared?
No.
Or does it indicate on the report itself when it was prepared?
Reported 5/30/09/46.
Is that the time of the event, or is that the time of the report?
I'm trying to figure out. I don't see a date or time where it states up.
Okay, well, the body cam video that we've been looking at has in the top left,
Correct.
23/05/30/09/46 and 10 seconds. All right. So does that appear to be the time of the event and not the report?
I'm not sure.
You don't know if that report was prepared at the exact moment that this body cam was rolling.
So you're saying that I typed the report as I'm recording?
That's what I'm asking you, because you're
No,
saying you.
that's impossible.
So we know that this report wasn't prepared on May 30th, 2023 at 9:46 a.m.
Oh, correct. It'd be afterwards.
And my question that started all of this was, do you know when?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether it was the same day, the same week?
It's been over a year ago. I don't know.
Okay. So,
I don't keep up with stuff like this.
well, explain the process to me. Down there in the bottom right corner, page 15. No, page in front of me. It says approval date and time, June 15th, 2023 at 9:34 a.m.
Okay.
All right. And that was approved by Mr. Hersey according to the report.
Correct.
So help me understand how this report works its way through the system, because it wasn't printed until July. You prepared it at some point. Your testimony is you don't recall when, whether it was the same day, same week, whatever. How do you prepare this report? You do this in the cruiser on a computer? Do you go back to the police station?
At that time, it was inside the police department.
And is there any log of when you would have prepared this report? Is there any way to determine when you actually prepared this report?
Not that I can recall. I just worked there and typed reports. Not above that.
So you go into a computer station there at the police department?
My office.
Does each officer have an office?
No.
Who has offices?
Sergeants.
And on this computer in your office, do you have the software that prepares this report?
Yes.
Is it the same software that's used by everyone?
Yes.
You fill this out. I guess, I don't know how it works. I don't know if these are drop downs or if you navigate to each block, whatever, but you prepare this report. And
Correct.
then what?
Send it up to my next line of supervisor. They approve it.
How do you send it to your supervisor?
Submit.
Through this software application?
Yes.
I'm trying to understand and the email trail, whether you would fill out the report and then you would email it to them, but you're saying you submit it
submit
and
it.
it goes through that. And do you know how your supervisor becomes aware that they need to review and approve this report?
It could be a day later, it could be a week later, it could be a month later.
But do you know how they're notified that there's a report awaiting them?
No.
This incident with Mr. Gray blew up pretty fast.
Absolutely.
Do you recall whether this report was prepared before the widespread attention on the event or after it?
I don't recall.
So you can't testify today whether you prepared this in light of all of the attention that came from the YouTube and the news articles and everything else, or after it.
Truthfully, no. Like I said, it's been over a year ago. I don't keep stuff like this stored up in my head.
One of the news articles about this event said that the police department or the city or both, I don't know, was conducting an internal investigation. Were you part of that internal investigation?
I have no idea. I don't watch news.
That's not what I asked Mr. Sergeant Joffrey. Were you part of an internal investigation?
As far as I know, no.
Did anyone from the police department or the city come and interview you about what had happened?
No.
Did anyone provide you with the results of an internal investigation?
No.
Did you receive any sort of counseling or discipline as a result of this event with Mr. Gray?
Why would I? No.
Why would I? What a smug bastard.
You believe that you spoke to the mayor after Mr. Gray left. This is not on body cam. Would that conversation with the mayor have taken place before you wrote this report?
The conversation with the mayor
Yes.
before the report?
Yes.
Yes.
Other than the mayor, did you discuss this with anyone else after Mr. Gray left?
I'm sure I did.
Who?
Everyone. I don't recall.
Who's
Bunch of
everyone?
people. I've had so many people approach me about it. I don't recall everyone.
Well, tell me the ones that you do recall.
Eddie Harrison,
All right. Who else?
my chief.
Who's your chief?
Michael McGrath. Mike McGrath.
And who else?
I don't recall after that.
So a bunch of people, but you can recall three.
Yeah, most important, my supervisors.
Supervisors,
Yes,
would that be Hersey and Pendergrass?
yes.
Excuse me. Do you have any other supervisors besides those two?
Not at the time.
Who is Ronnie Arquiguez?
City lawyer, I believe. I'm not sure, attorney.
Who's Lisa Ladner?
I'm not sure.
Who is Aaron Halsey?
I'm not sure.
Who is Julie Bromwell?
I'm not sure.
Who is Christine Beck?
I'm not sure.
Who is Brenda Pickens?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall speaking to any of those people, Ladner, Aaron Halsey, Bromwell, Beck, or Pickens?
No.
As far as the city, or the police department is concerned, you had no instruction before the event with Mr. Gray about how to interact with someone who was, peaceably demonstrating at City Hall.
Say that again?
Before Mr. Gray,
Okay.
did you ever receive any instruction from the city or the police department about how to interact with persons who are engaged in expressive conduct at City Hall?
I don't recall.
I know I asked this about the First Amendment, but did you receive any training from your department on the protection of rights guaranteed by the Fourth Amendment?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall the frequency or the content of any such training?
I don't remember.
Do you recall the department ever holding whether it was a formal or an informal gathering or circulating even a memo on a bulletin board about protecting people's constitutional rights?
I don't recall.
Now, I understand that we're talking about Waveland, Mississippi, and I don't mean that to be in a dismissive venue, but it's not Chicago, New York, other places where it's more common. You had had no training on how to handle a public demonstration.
I don't recall.
You do not recall any policies on public demonstrations.
I don't recall.
We've already established that you told Mr. Gray that a citizen can't get body cam footage and that's not accurate. Why did you tell him that?
Yeah, for that, it's not what anybody said.
I don't recall.
What is your department's policy on review of body cam footage?
I don't recall.
How many times have you watched this video?
I don't recall.
Have you gone to Mr. Gray's YouTube channel?
Don't recall.
Have you read any of the comments on Mr. Gray's YouTube channel? Sergeant, let's take a few minute break. Let me go over my notes. I'm drawing to an end. I want to make sure I haven't missed anything.
Okay.
Sergeant, Dr. Allen, we just got one area that I want to go back over. In this video, around the 2:20 mark, there's this interaction with Mr. Gray. We've already played it. It was when you said that you were investigating him for vagrancy, and then we talked about the portion about Mr. Gray saying, even though I've explained to you that I'm engaged, and you responded, you don't need to explain anything to me because I literally don't care. I'm out here in reference to complaint by the mayor of this city. My question for clarification is, when you said I literally don't care, what did you literally not care about?
I don't know.
Was it you literally didn't care about Mr. Gray's constitutionally protected expressive activity?
No,
Was it Mr. Gray's explanation that he had not committed any sort of crime, he was not a vagrant, that
No.
you didn't care about?
No.
So what didn't you care about?
his attitude, his words coming out of his mouth. Explanation.
Yeah, you don't need to explain anything to me because I literally don't care.
That's what I mean.
If you were conducting an investigation, why would you not care about the explanation given by the person being investigated?
Because he already stated that he wasn't committing a crime.
And that's not important to you.
I was there for a reason and he denied it, so it wasn't going any further from his perspective.
It wasn't going any farther from his perspective. What does that mean?
His opinion.
I still don't understand. What wasn't going any farther from his opinion?
Denying that a crime occurred.
So are you saying you didn't care that he denied a crime had been committed?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, I don't know what you don't care about.
He denied a crime didn't occur.
And that's what you didn't care about, his denial.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, well, please explain to me what you didn't care about.
His opinion. He stated a crime didn't occur. I left it as that. I don't want to hear no more excuses. I don't want to care. That's what I meant.
I don't know how to reconcile that with your earlier statement. You didn't care about his denial. After that, or immediately after that, if you have any complaints, you can send him an email or call him later on. You were talking about the mayor, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you were acting on behalf of the city, and in fact, its chief officer, the mayor, during this interaction with Mr. Gray, correct?
Take it to the front. Was that?
Well, you said, I'm out here in reference to a complaint by the mayor of this city.
That's all I said.
Were you not acting on behalf of the mayor?
I don't know, was I?
You can't answer a question with a question. Were you acting on behalf of the mayor?
I don't know.
Why would you say, if you didn't know, why would you say if you have complaints, send the mayor an email or call him later on if you weren't acting on behalf of the mayor?
I don't know.
When you said you were acting on behalf of the mayor, and if you have any complaints, contact the mayor.
I never said that.
You said, if you have any complaints, you can send him an email or call him later on.
You just said I was acting on behalf of the mayor, which I did not say.
Okay, I'm out here in reference to complaint by the mayor of this city. So that's what I'm asking you, and you're not answering. Were you acting on behalf of the mayor?
I don't know.
Then how can you say you weren't if you don't know?
I don't know.
That's all I have.
Just a few follow-ups. All right, did you show up to interact with Mr. Gray because he was just standing on the sidewalk or holding a sign?
No.
Did you interact with Mr. Gray because of the call you received from Eddie Hersey?
Yes.
And who do you understand had complained to Eddie Hersey?
The mayor.
And who do you understand had complained to the mayor?
At that point, I'm unsure if it was employees or customers, or if it was just employees or just customers in between. I don't know. I just know there was some forms of complaints.
Okay, and you went through this several times already, but from Hersey, did you understand that there was a complaint that Mr. Gray was harassing people
Correct.
and that he was peeping in windows,
Correct.
asking for money?
Correct.
Anything else that you recall?
Don't recall anything else.
All right, is that info from Hersey why you asked Mr. Gray for his ID?
Correct. Reasonable suspicion.
And did he give it to you when you asked for his ID?
First time, no. Continuing asking repeatedly, he finally decided.
Okay, when you initially asked and he didn't give it to you, so you believe you had authority to arrest Mr. Gray at that point?
Yes.
Did you arrest Mr. Gray at that point?
No, I did not.
Did you instead instruct him to leave?
Correct.
So did you tell him he had to leave because you were choosing not to arrest him?
No.
Or why did you tell him he had to leave?
Unsure. Agitated, aggravated.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, Sergeant Joffrion, you said in response to questions from your attorney that you thought you had the authority to arrest Mr. Gray at that point. Arrest him for what?
Fair to comply.
Failure to comply with what?
My lawful order.
To do what?
For him not identifying. For said failure to comply.
So at the time that you asked him for identification, you thought that you had the authority to arrest him.
Repeat the question?
At the time that you asked him for identification, you believe you had the authority to arrest him.
That's not what he said.
I didn't believe it. I did. I was going to arrest him.
Is to, all objections, except as to the form of the question, are reserved. When did you believe you had authority to arrest him?
I didn't believe it. I did.
When?
When he failed to identify the first time.
So let's go back to the video.
I'm doing my job.
6 seconds. That's when you believed you had the authority to arrest him. Is that your testimony?
That was not my testimony. You put words in my mouth now.
Well, tell me when you had the authority to arrest him.
That's based off my opinion whenever the interaction occurred, as it continued. When he
And
refused to
what,
identify.
where we're going to play it, and you tell me to stop then.
Dum 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 dum. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
All right, so repeat the question.
You were supposed to stop me when you first had authority to arrest him.
Yeah, if he wasn't identified, I would arrest him.
Well, we're going to play it back, and I want you to tell me to stop. It's like at Olive Garden, say when. We're going to go back to the beginning, and I want you to tell me when you first had authority to arrest him.
If he wasn't identified, I would have authority to arrest him.
You tell me to stop the video.
You didn't fail to identify. Very compliant. The video is going to continue playing.
So you're not going to tell me when you had authority to arrest him?
If he failed to comply with my order, I'd arrest him. Because I have reasonable suspicion to identify him.
You said that you had the authority to arrest him at the point that you asked for identification for failure to comply.
Yeah, if
What
he would have
point?
refused.
At what point,
I don't know, you tell me.
sir,
I can't teach you how to be a cop.
I simply want you to identify on this video the point at which your testimony establishes you had authority to arrest Mr. Gray.
When he fails to comply with my order.
And at what point is that? I've asked you twice now, played the video twice, and we'll do it a third time.
We can do it a fourth or fifth time.
So you're not going to answer the question.
No, I'm not.
Why?
Because he didn't fail to comply.
He never failed to comply? Did he ever fail to comply?
No, you can watch the video.
Are you able to answer the question? At what point in this interaction you had authority to arrest Mr. Gray or not?
I had authority to arrest him if he failed to comply to identify himself.
Now, your testimony to your attorney was you had the authority to arrest him at that point.
At what point?
That's what I'm asking you. I am asking you to tell me what you testified.
I don't think you're getting my answer. I had authority to arrest him, fail to comply if he would not have identified himself.
Did he fail to identify himself?
Did he? If he would have kept on arguing with me, yes. No, I didn't even arrest him.
I'm not
You
asking a
don't.
hypothetical. I'm asking what happened.
You know what happened.
Did he fail to identify?
At first, yes.
At what point?
When he kept on arguing with me, when I requested his identification.
All right, so now we're going to go back through this, and I'm going to ask you to identify the point at which he first failed to identify.
All right, Roger.
So we're at approximately 41
Whenever I
seconds.
requested him to identify, he kept on arguing.
Right. So you didn't have authority to arrest him earlier than that point when you said, in response to the question, am I required to give you ID? You said, yes, you are. What happens if I don't? You're going to jail, period. You did not have the authority to arrest him at that point.
What are you talking about? He would refuse to identify. I'm sorry, let me reword that. If he would refuse to comply with my lawful order as far as not identifying himself, yes.
So approximately 41 seconds is the point at which you're like, it's been triggered. That's the point at which you could have arrested him, but you chose not to.
Correct.
And then after that, you said that you told him to leave because you were agitated, aggravated. Is
I
that
didn't
right?
tell him to leave because of that reason.
So why did you tell him to leave?
I'm not sure.
Well, how can you be sure it wasn't because you're agitated and aggravated? Those are your words.
Mhm.
If you're not sure why,
Who knows?
you don't know.
Yeah.
And you were the speaker. You were the one, the supervisor in charge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're an inspector. Inspector.
And that was the end of that one. That was a very good job. Very good deposition that was done.
What was that result that you were showing me earlier?
They have settled the suit. The suit has been settled. It's a sealed suit. It has been settled. So that will have to be disclosed by by Jeff Gray. So I did find that it has been settled. So that will have to be disclosed by them. But it has been settled. But what did everybody think about that deposition in that cop?
Unbelievable.
Totally unbelievable. He is still employed. How long he'll be employed, that's unknown.
He should be fired immediately. Nothing less, in my opinion, would be enough.
Until listening to that whole thing, I did not know he was part of the SWAT team.
No, he said he had SWAT training, not that he would selected for the SWAT team.
That would be scary if he comes to my house. If he's part of the SWAT, that would be totally scary to have him part of a SWAT team. That would be totally scary.
Dangerous, very dangerous. He's a
Um,
very dangerous man, and he's going to kill somebody or ruin someone's life.
I did look up the Waverly Police Department on the Brady list. There is no officers on the Brady list out of that police department. But I did look the police department up on the Brady list. And as we all know, our Brady list, they are not in compliance with the Brady list. So they are known for police misconduct. They don't comply with the Freedom of Information Act, Mississippi Public Records Act. They don't comply with Open Government Acts. They are not in compliance with that. So fairness to opposed party counsel. So we all know that. So they are not in compliance with the, use of force reports. They don't comply with them. Citizen reports, they don't comply with them. So that tells us a lot about the police department there. And you all know we like to check up on the Brady list for them. So, yes, very true that you show up at a house and they'll show you the Second Amendment. They don't know the First, they don't know the Fourth, but
Well,
they
don't care.
Listen, he knows the Fifth because that's what he was pleading through that whole thing.
Yes, he evidently knows the Fifth.
He was doing
I
the Fifth.
think he just stumbled upon it. I don't think he actually knows it.
Well, he didn't exactly know the Fifth because he kept saying, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. So he doesn't exactly know the Fifth. No,
Doesn't know shit.
He didn't know what impeding. He didn't know what impeding meant, which was pretty sad.
He doesn't know what a cat is.
He probably thinks you have to do that in the toilet.
That one I had to look up, Mamabear, because I didn't know what cat. I know more or less what it is, but I had to look up exactly what it is. But yeah,
Which one was that?
the cat.
The cat.
Oh, cat. The dispatcher caller
Yeah.
number. Idiots.
But for him being a sergeant and having, and you got to have at least 5 years experience. So they're using his military, and you have to have some common sense of the law because you have to teach,
Of course.
and give them advice,
How are you going to arrest someone if you don't know the law yourself?
and if you gotta, somebody says, well, what do I arrest them? Do I use this code or this code? And how are you telling them which code to use?
He was just making up codes.
Well, the phone call was, there's a guy out there with a sign, get rid of him, from the mayor. So that just means do whatever you got to do. I don't want to see him no more. Get him out of here. That's what happened.
And I agree wholeheartedly with you, Dick. Every single one of his arrests need to be looked at.
Oh, yeah.
Every one of his arrests need to be gone over. And if I was an attorney, I would be filing an appeal because he admitted in this one deposition that he can't remember what he did the day before. So how can he remember anything he does? How can he write a report?
Fucking liability.
He is nothing but a walking liability for any department. Any department.
Well,
He's a danger walking. And, and I wouldn't want him in I wouldn't want him in my town. I would not want him around my town. I wouldn't want him around my children or grandchildren. I'm scared to death of it. I would be scared to death to have him around my children or grandchildren. Now,
well, the
I don't
sad
know
part is
what
there's more of him. There's more of him around there.
Oh, how many is there in this country? How many is there in this country of him?
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe.
How many is, and that's why we say here, and we'll say it all the time. Get cameras in your cars. Make sure they're front and rear. And make sure they're recording all the time. Get front and rear facing cameras in your vehicles all the time. Carry your phones with you all the time and make sure you can record. Record. And we say it all the time. Make sure you have cameras on you at all times. Make sure your cell phones are charged all the time. Make sure you've got them in your vehicles and they're on all the time. Because you never ever know. And it's very important to have them. Very, very important to have them in your vehicles. Because you never ever know. And if you do go out and audit, you do go out, invest into a body cam. Because you may have your cell phone on, but have body cam on.
Because you never know when you're going to meet Sergeant Joffrey on.
Sergeant Dipshit. I don't know. Sergeant, I don't know. That's a good name for him. Sergeant, I don't know.
Admitted dipshit.
Because he sure doesn't honor his oath.
He doesn't know what oath. He took 2 of them. He doesn't remember any of them.
Yeah, he took an oath in the military and doesn't remember it. And he took an oath to the police department and he doesn't remember them.
He was in the Air Force, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in the Air Force. Yeah.
And
Probably
he
kicked
doesn't
him out because he's a dickhead. Dumb shit. I thought, fuck
No,
this.
he's got a
Go
DD.
back to the dumb
no,
shit.
He said he's got a DD 214. So if he's got a DD 214, he was discharged. He's got an honorary discharge. But I've seen a lot of fake ones of those. People say they have DD 214s and don't have them. They've lied about that. Right, Ariel? And he took an oath to the police department, to the citizens of that town. And he also took one, he took three, because he took one when he joined the sheriff's department. So he took 3 oaths. He took one to the sheriff's department, one to the police department, and one to the Air Force. So he's taken 3 oaths. And he doesn't remember what he took. He doesn't remember what he took. So he has dishonored 3 oaths that we know of. 3 oaths that we know of. And I feel sorry if he's married. I feel sorry for it, for his wife, his kids. I feel sorry for his parents.
I feel sorry for his dog.
Yeah, if he's got a dog, yeah. You know, and like we said, please don't harass him. You want to share this story, share it. We encourage you to share it to make the public aware of him. You want to share it with news stations, share it with news stations, radio stations, other podcasts. We welcome it. We really welcome it. But please do not look up him. Do not look up email addresses, phone numbers. Please don't. We do not encourage that. Do not threaten him in any way, shape, or form. That we do not encourage. That we do not encourage. So we'll ask that very, very much. Please do not do. We don't encourage doxing here in any shape or form. But yes, that is. But we would like everybody here that is with us, please go over to Honor Your Oath's channel and please subscribe to his channel. And like his channel and give him a thumbs up and tell him we sent you over there.
Chirping
and we've got another good one about some other whoops.
Chirping and 60.
This is the civil rights lawyer where the law enforcement arrested.
Imagine this, it's a peaceful Saturday morning, the sun shining, the birds chirping, and 67-year-old grandmother Penny McCarthy is out in her driveway tending to her yard. She's wearing a sleeveless shirt, shorts, and slippers, completely unaware that her life is about to be changed forever.
Freeze! Don't move! Hands up! Hands up! Turn around.
I said, who are you? He's like, you know who we are.
In the blink of an eye, Penny's peaceful day turns into a nightmare. A team of U.S. Marshals jumps out of a vehicle, surrounds her, and points their rifles at her chest.
I've never been in trouble with the law. I had absolutely no clue what this could remotely be about.
They're yelling at her. They're threatening to harm her. This grandmother, who's never so much as gotten a speeding ticket, is scared to death.
Hey, do you know who I am? That's not who I am. I can prove who I am. You promise you're not going to take care of my dog?
And at their mercy.
There is nothing Penny could have done to have prevented this.
Turn around. Turn away from the sound of my voice. You have an arrest warrant. Turn away from the sound of my voice. Me? Yes, for you.
Who am I?
Turn away. Turn around. We'll discuss it.
Turn away. You're going to get hit.
They did not ask for her ID. They didn't run a single check to confirm her identity.
Do you want to confirm who I am?
Put your hands behind your back. We'll discuss this later. Turn around and face away from me. Stop moving and stop looking back. Stop looking back!
Can you prove you're the police?
Ma'am, you see that we're the police.
How do I see that?
Ma'am, you're gonna get if you turn around again, you're gonna get taken. Understand me?
Instead, they just handcuffed her, shackled her ankles, and tore her away from her home before she had a chance to even tell family members.
Can I, like, if you're going to take me somewhere, can I, like, there's no one in there but the dog. Can I, like, fix him?
Why? Because they thought she was somebody else. Someone named Carol Rozak, a person that Penny had never even heard of, at least not up until then.
They're like, you know who we are. We know who you are. I'm like, who am I? Hey, do you know who I am?
Yes, well, you're going to step around.
Who are I?
Carol Rozak.
That's not who I am.
Penny McCarthy.
Yes.
Yes.
But I've never been Carol Rozak. I can prove who I am.
Okay.
But her pleas fell on deaf ears. The U.S. Marshals were sure they had the right person.
You promise you're going to let me take care of my dog? And I haven't done anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
But they made a catastrophic mistake, one that would cost Penny her dignity, her sense of safety, and her peace of mind.
No one showed me any badges. I was never issued any Miranda rights. I was never, through this whole process, allowed a phone call. They chained me at my ankles and my waist and my hands to my waist.
She was transported over an hour away to a federal detention facility and locked in a freezing cell without a blanket. Over the next 24 hours, this grandmother was strip searched 3 times.
And they do like a roll call, and this lady says, Carol Ann Rozak. And I'm looking around, and all the other girls go, that's you? And it's like, no, it's not. We go into a room where there's 20 other women, and the 3 of us are now being strip searched in front of 20 other women. I keep saying, I was told I could make a phone call. I was told I could make a phone call. And they're like, well, it's 11 o'clock now. The phones are shut off. But I've never been allowed to make a phone call. Nobody knows where I'm at.
All the while, she kept repeating the truth. I'm Penny McCarthy, not Carol Rozak. But nobody listened. Except, thankfully, her public defender. The next day she was hauled into court. Her public defender did believe her. And so her public defender told the judge that she was not Carol Rozak. The prosecutor asked for more time to check fingerprints and DNA. The judge agreed, setting a hearing for a month later. But in the meantime, releasing Penny.
I'm going to call you Ms. McCarthy at this point. So I am releasing you from custody in the building, and I'm not going to order you to present to pretrial services. I am going to, and I'm not going to set release conditions.
But the nightmare was far from over. The government eventually dismissed the case, but the damage was done. Penny, once a vibrant grandmother who loved to walk her dog, now lives in fear. She sold her home and left the state, desperate to escape the trauma that she suffered that day. And even now, she's haunted by the idea that law enforcement could once again mistake her for Carol Rozak, and again, not listen to her pleas for help.
I don't want any part of it anymore. I don't trust any government official or anybody anymore. I raised 5 children to respect the law, and now I feel stupid for doing that. My fear is that they're going to pull me over one day, and for whatever reason, something happens, and they're going to fingerprint me, and all of a sudden I'm going to be Carol Ann Rozak and stuck someplace where nobody knows where I'm at.
The U.S. Marshals violated Penny's rights in every way imaginable. They held her at gunpoint, they frisked her, they searched her, they arrested her, all without any legitimate reason to do so. They arrested her without ever confirming her identity,
But I've never been Carol Rozak. I can prove who I am.
violating her Fourth Amendment protections. The Fourth Amendment requires that when police officers arrest somebody on an arrest warrant, they have to have a reasonable belief that the individual whom they are arresting is the same person named on the warrant. It wasn't just a mistake. It was a gross abuse of power. But Penny isn't staying silent. She has teamed up with the Institute for Justice to hold the officers and the U.S. government accountable for their inexcusable constitutional violations. I got a chance to talk about the case with Marie Miller, an attorney with the Institute for Justice based out of their office in Phoenix, Arizona. Did they actually think that Penny McCarthy was Carol Rozak, like living a double life?
It's unclear. What's clear is that they didn't run even basic checks to make sure that Penny was Carol Rozak or some violent criminal. Carol Rozak, as far as we know, was not a violent criminal, but that's how they were treating Penny. The officers had a 25-year-old warrant issued out of a court in Oklahoma for Carol Rozak failing to check in with a probation officer after she had been released from a federal prison in Texas for nonviolent crimes.
Do you have any idea what led them to Penny McCarthy?
We don't know all the steps that got them to Penny. The only clue that we have is that Carol Rozak may have used the name Penny Burns at one time. She apparently used a whole bunch of aliases, and one of them was Penny Burns. And Penny McCarthy's maiden name for the first 17 years of her life was Penny Burns. But so was a lot of other people's name. She's not the only Penny Burns in the country, and Penny Burns is not the only alias that Rozak supposedly used. So there are thousands and thousands of people in the United States that are as connected to Carol Rozak as Penny was.
After they finally admitted that she was not Carol Rozak and released her and dismissed the criminal charges, did anybody so much as apologize to Penny?
No, they've not apologized. They haven't given her any answers. The closest they came was to say this was an unfortunate inconvenience to Penny. Calling it an inconvenience is absurd.
I take it also, if they didn't apologize, they haven't offered any sort of compensation to her.
No, they've made a statement that it looks like their officers did everything fine.
Do you know yet at this point, I assume you don't, whether or not there has been any sort of internal discipline to the officers who made this mistake?
Not from what we can tell. We have no indication that anyone has been disciplined for this or that any policies, procedures have changed as a result. The Marshal Service has issued a statement essentially saying that the officers appeared to do everything just fine.
By the way, after Marie told me that the U.S. Marshal Service had said it was basically just an inconvenience and they had done everything properly, I had to go find that statement for myself, and I actually did find it, and here it is. They provided this statement to ABC 15 in Arizona, and it says that they received confirmation via fingerprint analysis that Penny McCarthy was not, in fact, the fugitive Carol Rozak. But get this, they said a preliminary review of this investigation indicates that U.S. Marshal Service officials followed proper procedures in good faith reliance on the outstanding warrant. The U.S. Marshal Service will continue its evaluation of the investigation of this matter. The U.S. Marshal Service regrets any inconvenience caused by the mistaken identification of Miss McCarthy.
What's clear is that had anybody done even the most basic of checks on Penny's background, it would have been obvious that this is not Carol Rozak. And they didn't even let Penny show them her driver's license. She had a real ID at the time. She had plenty of ways to show that she's not Carol Rozak, and the officers just weren't interested.
But I've never been Carol Rozak. I can prove who I am. Okay.
And it isn't just about justice for Penny, it's about holding the government accountable so that something like this does not happen again to another innocent victim. All they required was like a very tiny amount of investigative work, and they refused to do it because they just don't care, because there's no accountability
There's
whatsoever.
no consequences, right? There is nothing Penny could have done to have prevented this. She didn't do anything wrong, and that she just couldn't have taken any other proactive measures to prevent this from happening.
So Penny did nothing wrong. She was completely innocent. Whose decisions led to this outcome? It was these federal law enforcement officers who chose the wrong person, who didn't bother to investigate, who didn't bother to listen. It was their decisions that caused this woman harm. There's no dispute that it is a Fourth Amendment violation for police officers to arrest somebody on a wrong warrant in a case of mistaken identity where those officers have no reasonable belief that it's the same person. So why don't these officers seem concerned with following the Fourth Amendment? Well, it's probably because they're federal law enforcement officers, and it's almost impossible to sue them. No consequences, so they don't care. That's why it's important that a national nonprofit law firm with a huge amount of resources has taken on this case, not only to get justice for Penny, but to take the case all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, if necessary, in order to create new law, good law, that's going to change the present circumstances that we have, where federal police officers can do whatever they want and you can't sue them. Without accountability, without consequences, government employees are just going to say, well, it's good enough for government work. Here, look how disgraceful and pathetic and cowardly their actions were. And not only doing a crappy job, but aiming their weapons at and mistreating this elderly, helpless woman they were actually charged by us to protect.
Do you want to confirm who I am?
Put your hands behind your back. Stop moving and stop looking back. Stop looking back. If you turn around again, you're going to get tased. Understand me?
Hey, do you know who I am? That's not who I am. I can prove who I am. You promise you're going to let me take care of my job?
Shameful. If the U.S. Marshal Service is not going to discipline their own employees here, you know they're not going to do it ever. Government officials must be held accountable when they violate constitutional rights and destroy innocent people's lives. Penny McCarthy's story is a wake-up call and a lesson for all of us. But it's not too late, because you can help by donating right now to the Institute for Justice using my custom donation link. We all need to stay informed and keep fighting for justice together. Our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
That's scary. Real scary.
It's the crazy reality world we live in, right?
Yeah. That is real scary. They didn't even identify themselves. They didn't even identify themselves. It's getting more and more scarier. You know, it's getting even more scarier. You know? No. Where do we go? Where do we go? No. Where do we go from there? Here. You know, and I know a lot of people are talking about what's happening here. You know, we've got so much happening around us. And, you know,
To honor your oath, or else you shouldn't be in public.
And I know Long Island has been doing training with district attorneys. He just did a training with district attorneys recently. I don't even know if that's going to help. But Long Island did a training with district attorneys down in Georgia. I don't know if that'll help.
I have my hands up and I'm like, I look at the searches or seizures.
Sean is a First Amendment auditor. He has a YouTube station known as one of the most prominent stations on YouTube.
I didn't bring Jacob just for his legal expertise. I wanted to have my attorney present because I know my rights. I have a right to counsel during all questionings. 15, 20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead with his teeth missing. I would have done it. You know, the biggest problem in law enforcement is the lack of accountability and the ego. This man, Sergeant Brian Fahey, his ego wouldn't allow him to just have me just stand outside in public. Here's the evidence of the crime. I would like to press charges. He says, oh, after reviewing the incident, there's no criminality here.
What's your story?
It's on the county here. Mike just turned into corrupt and tyrannical district attorneys. I could have just turned into that.
How you doing, Sean?
Hey, how are you, sir?
Fan of your page.
All rights aren't obstacles, they're foundations. You swore an oath to uphold the United States Constitution, right? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. I was invited to speak at a First Amendment audit training at the Chatham County District Attorney's Office in Savannah, Georgia. While I've had the opportunity in the past to work with police departments, I've never spoken at a district attorney's office, and to my knowledge, no other First Amendment auditor has either. It was a true honor and a moment I'll never forget. Joining me for the training was my attorney, Jacob Uriel, a former Brooklyn prosecutor who did an outstanding job presenting his side of the training. His presentation will be uploaded to his YouTube channel shortly. Be sure to like and share this video so the world can witness this historic moment, one that marks a real step forward in accountability, education, and our constitutional rights. Without further ado, let's get into it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate it. I appreciate you attending this training. The district attorney asked several months ago that we do this training for everybody. And we toyed with different ideas about how to do it, whether we're going to do it internal or have speakers come. And we're fortunate enough to get two great speakers on the topic, probably the best speakers we could have. I'll introduce them in a minute, but I just want to emphasize to you why this training is important. You know, each of you work in a field that, you know, is a public focused field. You're all public facing in one way or the other. That's why you were asked to come to this training, whether that might be working the front desk at the district attorney's office, dealing with witnesses and victims, or attorneys and judges in court. And as a result, you interact with the public so much that, you know, there are times when you interact with people that those times are not pleasant, and that things might happen that, you know, either on either side that might not be, you know, the best representation for our office. And this training is designed both to educate you on our trends in the United States, that's called First Amendment auditing, but also to talk with you a little bit about the broader theme, and that theme is, you know, how we treat the public and how we represent the district attorney's office as public servants, and how we can best serve and best treat the public that ultimately puts us all in the positions that we're in. So I'm going to turn it over to our speakers, but before I do, I wanted to listen to you. We have Attorney Jacob Uriel here. He's a private defense attorney in New York. Prior to that, he had an extensive career in prosecution, including as a section chief with the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office. For those of you who don't know, that's in New York City. I think everybody should know that, considering the district attorney is from Brooklyn, but besides that. We also have Mr. Sean Paul Reyes here. Sean is a First Amendment auditor. He has a YouTube station known as Long Island Audit. It's one of the most prominent stations on YouTube, but he's more than that. He's also a First Amendment activist, and I think he'll tell you in a minute, having been familiar with Sean's work for a while, I think it's kind of evolved to what he does. And he's really driving home the themes that I talked about a minute ago throughout the country. And he reaches a lot of people. I'm excited for him to share with you his experiences as well as his thoughts on this topic. So With that, I'll turn it over to them. Thank you both very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sean Paul Reyes. I've been introduced many times, so I won't really go into, I do own Long Island Audit Inc., the founder of Long Island Audit Inc. I'm the founder of Attorney Shield, another company, multiple companies. But for this discussion, I want to focus on, obviously, this is a First Amendment auditor discussion. I do label myself as a First Amendment auditor, but I agree with Jacob that it really doesn't mean anything. I like to say more that I'm an independent journalist and an activist. So, I want to thank Jacob for coming with me, taking the time to come down to Savannah, Georgia. It's beautiful here, a little muggy, but beautiful. I didn't bring Jacob just for just for his legal expertise and his knowledge on the law. When I agreed to come speak in front of you guys, I wanted to have my attorney present because I know my rights. I have a right to counsel during all questioning. So when we do question and answer, I know my rights. But normally when I'm speaking, I've done these kind of talks before with law enforcement agencies across the country. Never a district attorney's office. I'm not an attorney. I've been told I think like an attorney I've surrounded myself with very smart people, smart attorneys who have taught me a lot across over the last 4 years. I've been doing this for 4 years now. And I guess I'll tell you how I just got started. I got started because I used to see these videos, just like I'm sure some of you have. And I thought to myself, I was like, nobody's really doing that here in my county, in my area, with my police department. No one's done that with the local government that we have. And I really thought that at the time, a lot of these videos, I was like, that guy's kind of really being an asshole. Like he really is, pushing the envelope. Probably that's why that cop is, acting the way he is. And I thought, maybe I should go out there and do it my own way. Be the respectful man that my mother raised me to be. Again, we might disagree on things and we might disagree on how I act in some of these videos. We're going to take a look at some of my videos and we can disagree. But I like to think that I've never used profanity against an officer. I've never, tried to escalate an encounter with an officer. So I decided, let me go out there. And I went to the Suffolk County Police, born and raised in Suffolk County, went to the Suffolk County Police Department headquarters. And while at the headquarters, I was filming. They have like a bunch of military equipment there, Humvees, things of that nature. And I was filming all that in the public parking lot. And these plainclothes officers came out and they just immediately tried to grab me and say, hey, give me your ID. And I was terrified. I've never been in a situation like this before. Give me your ID. And I'm just, just saying I have my hands up and I'm like, I don't consent to searches or seizures. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just like, all right, let me repeat everything I've heard online. It's before I really started, studying and learning law and learning the case law, especially in New York. Then they just treated me horribly. Give me your ID right now. They circled me. They were going right behind me. Like, I felt like I was like a gazelle with all these lions just trying to get me from behind, like making furtive movements, trying to grab me, get off of the camera screen. And it terrified me. And you think that would have been the end of the story, but it wasn't, because I was like, it motivated me. I'm like, I don't like this. I don't want to be treated like this just because I'm recording. I mean, I have no problem with an officer coming up to a citizen saying, hey, what are you doing? Asking questions. If that person doesn't want to answer any questions, it is what it is. It is what it is. But to be treated that way, I thought to myself, these are public servants here. These are, I pay a lot of money in taxes on Long Island. Property taxes are insane. I believe I pay about $10,000 a year just to the police department. It's very expensive. And I was like, I shouldn't be treated this way just because I'm out here recording. So that incident, I posted it to, I believe, TikTok. I didn't even have a YouTube channel yet. I posted it to TikTok, and the next morning I woke up and my wife was like, hey, check your TikTok. And it was, I posted it just not thinking anything, and it had like 50,000 views or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then as the day goes on, it gets more and more views. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. People are interested in this kind of content. I think it totaled out at 4 million views. And then I said, well, let me start a YouTube channel. I'm going to go to different areas here on Long Island, Long Island Audit. I've been everywhere now, from Hawaii, California, Florida, New York, and everywhere in between. So I kind of, picked the wrong name, I guess, but I got to stick with it now. But Long Island Audit was born, and I traveled the country, and, my very first month I was arrested, and it was at a traffic stop in Maryland. And I'm going to show you this video here because it goes in, because I kind of want to tailor this to how the prosecutions that I've faced while auditing. So let me bring up this video here. This is literally my first month, 2021. I'm growing rapidly. I want to give you some context here. I'm growing rapidly on social media. People like that I'm respectful. People saying, "Oh, he's doing it right. You know, he's not antagonizing the police in any way." And it kind of got to my head a little bit. And I'm glad it did right in the beginning, because it was very humbling experience to go through what I went through in this situation. This is in Harford County, Maryland. I have family that lives in this county. I'm very familiar with the county. I actually went to high school in this county for a couple of years when my house flooded. So I'm very familiar. I saw of somebody getting pulled over. There was 2 law enforcement officers, and I decided to come out of my car. This is during COVID, and film the interaction.
Another person's walking up on time. Can I help you? Can I help you? You can back up, please. This is a traffic stop. You need to back up. You can't walk up behind us. Hey, listen, back up. You don't know me. Back up. You don't know me. I'm telling you to back up. I'm telling you to back up. I don't care. What do you do? Back up. Back up. I'm telling you, yes, back up. Yes, back up. I'm on a public sidewalk. Back up. On a public sidewalk. This is a traffic stop. You do not belong here. Right, far away. I have a right to film the police. You can go over there. You're interrupting. No, I'm not. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. For what? You're under arrest. You're under arrest for hindering. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. I'm telling you right now, bud. Put your hands behind your back. Don't reach your time. Just put your hands behind your back. Sir, I don't want. I'm not interfering.
Super quick, right? I mean, just escalated. I think I could have handled myself better. It was not one of my proudest moments. I think I referenced how many views I had. It was just, when I watched it back, when my family watched it back, I realized that, you know, I could have been better. I could have handled the interaction better. And I realized that, but I also realized I didn't break any laws. I wasn't hindering. Hindering in Maryland is a common law statute, carries like 3 years in jail. It's a very broad statute. And I was like, you know, I didn't break the law. I got an attorney who had watched some of my videos, and he helped me out. He said, you know, we can go all the way, or we can, you know, try and find some resolution with the state's attorney there in Harford County, because he's like, listen, at the end of the day, you take this to trial. You know, it's a very pro-police county. Like I said, I went to school there, and I knew this firsthand. And I, you know, after speaking with my attorney, he said, listen, you're just starting doing what you're doing. You know, this was not the best look. I backed up, as you could see. I don't think a taser was warranted, and all these different things. You know, and again, he made it seem like he's by himself. There was another officer there on the traffic stop. This Deputy Jackson, he doesn't like people recording just at all. You know, there was other interactions that I found later on that he didn't treat people that were recording the best. He didn't pull tasers on them and arrest them like he did me, but I went to jail. I was charged with hindering. I ended up, and I gotten a lot of heat with, like, I guess the auditing community and like people who watch these kind of videos, because they don't want to, you want to fight to the very end, you know? So they agreed to dismiss the charge, and in return, I was adamant about not pleading guilty to anything. I'm like, I didn't break any laws. I know that. Was I a little disrespectful? I didn't break any laws. And I agreed to do 8 hours of community service and apologize, because after people have seen this video, the deputy actually allegedly got death threats. I received death threats. Jacob receives death threats. This world, now that I've been exposed to this world just through millions and millions of people, a lot of people are really bad, and they have bad intentions on both sides. I've received death threats from who I assume to be law enforcement officers, and I'm sure law enforcement officers have received death threats because of this video. So I apologized. I wrote him a letter, and I apologized to Deputy Jackson for him receiving the death threats. Not my fault, not my intention for him to go through that. And 8 hours of community service. And the reason why I bring this up and the charge was dismissed is because I found a solution with the prosecutor, the state's attorney, and we both won. But what really made it special to me, and it really opened my eyes, is that when I went there, it was like a sober farm, right? So it's like these women stay on this farm, they take care of the animals, they have drug addiction problems. So I was there to like help clean up the farm. As I get to the farm, I run into the state's attorney. That's the elected state's attorney of Harford County. And I'm like, hello, sir. And he's like, hey, and he's just in regular like jeans and a shirt. And he's like, Mr. Reyes, we're going to be working over here today. And for 8 hours, I was elbow to elbow with the elected state's attorney, pulling weeds out and talking and getting to know each other from this incident. And we got to know each other, and he's a really good guy. And he's like, you know, Sean, you seem like a really nice guy, and I'm glad we resolved it this way. You know, I support our law enforcement officers, but I don't think that you were, you know, hindering in any way. You know, I think it could have been handled better on both sides. And it really opened my eyes to where I was like, you know, this guy, he had, you know, what can you imagine? The state's attorney, it just blew my mind. The state's attorney of the county getting right there where he's with the wheelbarrow, we're getting out weeds together. You know, I respected him a lot for it. And it showed me a lot, really, it did. And it showed me that, you know, people, it brings into the topic of, you know, prosecutorial discretion and help bridging the gap. So it really helped me open my eyes to understand, like, you know, he's just another person like me. And I hope it did the same thing for him, that it opened his eyes and he realized that I'm just a guy with a camera, you know, sometimes could be annoying, but well-intentioned. I can say that, you know, we're not enemies, right? You are public servants. And I don't say that. People sometimes in my videos, they get like really triggered when I say public servants. I think you should be honored to be a public servant. I think, you know, it's you took this job. No one forced you to take this job, and you serve the public. You're a public servant. I don't think it's a derogatory term at all. I think it's something that, you know, you should be proud of. Some people will say, you know, you shouldn't call them public servants or anything like that, but, you know, you are. And, you know, I thank you for your service to the public. So there was another video I want to show you. So the second time I was arrested, and I guess I don't have the video queued up for this one, but the second time I was arrested, I've been arrested 11 times in the last 4 years. All of them been dismissed, some except for one that we're appealing. But, you know, that's a lot. And I don't curse, I don't scream, I don't get in people's faces. You know, when people say like, oh, you're getting in my face, like when I say like getting in somebody's face, it's like this, right? I mean, that's what I would think. But if I'm, you know, this amount of distance and I'm recording, they still say you're getting in people's faces. Waterbury, Connecticut. And I started to get, this is the reason why I'm bringing this up, is because I started to get more interested in the law. Like, I'm like, all right, if I'm going to do this, at first it's just, you know, post the video. Hey, I'm going viral. You know, hey, I'm going viral. It's pretty cool. But then I'm like, oh, you know, I want to learn about the law. I want to do this the right way. I don't want to be arrested and have to negotiate or take a plea deal. I want to be right. And I never want to have to do this, you know, agreement again, as much as it helped me grow at the time. So I started learning the law. I started studying the law. I was arrested at a post office in Waterbury, Connecticut. In Connecticut, they're not elected prosecutors there. They're appointed by a commission, which I think is a big miss. But so they really answer to nobody, and they don't really care. So I was being prosecuted, I believe, for criminal trespassing because I was filming inside the lobby of the post office, asking questions. And they processed me. I go to court. They're ready to prosecute me, full extent of the law. I was naive back then. You know, I'd write letters to the prosecutor like, hey, listen, I was just exercising my First Amendment right. Like, you know, you could dismiss the charges. And he's like, sounds like you want a trial, Mr. Reyes. Oh, that's not where I was coming from, but okay. I guess we're going to trial. So I started looking into like the post office and everything else. And this is just a funny story that, you know, I was representing myself pro se. I'm like, you know, I'm going to do it by myself. I've learned better since then. But I was like, I'm going to do it by myself. And I started looking into like the laws and jurisdictions, because I've heard people talk about, oh, you know, people don't have, local law enforcement doesn't have jurisdiction at post offices, federal property. And I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not. Seems kind of wonky. I mean, but after investigating it and looking at researching it, I found that in this particular post office, post offices before 1940, I don't know if you guys have post offices, be actually good for you guys to know, because the judge didn't know this. Post offices before that were constructed before 1939 don't have concurrent jurisdiction It's exclusive, federal exclusive jurisdiction. So I put together a motion to dismiss based on subject matter jurisdiction. And the judge told me, again, I did so much research, I worked so hard on it. And the judge said, well, Mr. Reyes, you did a good job on your motion. You almost got me. I was like right there. You almost got me, and I almost took your argument and ran with it, but just didn't get me all the way there. So I'm going to deny your motion. I said, well, Judge, if I almost got you there on a subject matter jurisdiction motion, the burden's on the prosecutor. That's their burden to prove that they have jurisdiction. So if I almost got you there where they don't have jurisdiction, that means they failed on their burden. So he's like, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. He goes into his chamber. He looks up the law. He looks up the standards, the burden. Mr. Reyes, you're right, Mr. Reyes. So I'm like, yes. I'm thinking in my head, like, and this is another thing that, I was so naive, didn't think, I was like, yes, he's going to dismiss it. I'm going to win. This is going to be great. A pro se win. And he goes, oh, I'm going to give the prosecutor 4 more weeks to write some more briefs and convince me that they have jurisdiction. I was like, well, I mean, okay, would he have given me the extra time? I don't think so. But he gave the prosecutor some time. Prosecutor couldn't convince him, and the case was dismissed. So it's good to know as a district attorney's office. I don't know if there's any post offices around here that have been built before that date, but they would fall under exclusive federal jurisdiction, and you would have no jurisdiction to, I thought it was an interesting case as somebody who likes the law. And Connecticut, I like to call it Corrupticate. I went to Danbury, Connecticut, and I do not like Connecticut. I went to Danbury, Connecticut, and I was arrested, never told to leave. I was in a city hall. I got arrested, trespassing and breach of the peace. Again, I was like, hey, state's attorney, his name's Steven Sedensky. Hey, called him on the phone, and he was like, yeah, I'm representing myself. I didn't do anything wrong. Nobody even told me to leave. I was just filming, asking questions of the mayor. Well, Mr. Ray, sounds like you want to go to trial. Oh, all right. I guess we're going to go to trial. I said, well, this guy's not playing around. I'm going to hire an attorney. I hired one of the best criminal defense attorneys in Connecticut. And as soon as I hired him, all the charges got dismissed, except all the criminal charges got dismissed, except for the violations, the infractions of breach of peace and trespassing, which carry $90. Do you understand? The only consequence of being convicted of that is $90 fine each. So we go to trial. I have an expensive attorney. We're going to trial, a 2-week-long infraction trial where I caught on a hot mic. It was recorded. I caught on a hot mic the prosecutor saying stupid infraction trial. Like, he was mad that he had to do it. Like, and again, that opened my eyes. So, they can't just do whatever they want. They have bosses, right? This guy doesn't want to be here. It's a stupid infraction trial, and he had to do it. 2-week-long infraction trial, and it ended up being, he said, well, Mr. Reyes, the judge said, you didn't breach the peace, you weren't disorderly anyway, so I'm gonna find you not guilty. But because you didn't sign in on the COVID sheet, like the first time you went there before you were actually arrested, I'm gonna find you guilty on trespassing. And I paid the $90 fine, and I went to appeal, and they said, well, and this is another thing I have to pay attention to, is they said, well, you can't appeal, you paid the fine. That's the rules, dismissed. So I'm like, oh, I did not know that. I was ordered to pay the fine, so I couldn't even get what I think I would have won that case on appeal. Again, it's $90, but it's about the principle, really. And it opened my eyes to how these people, like the prosecutor's office I was dealing with, the state's attorney's office, they just wanted to just convict me at all costs. They said they saw me as some sort of social media person, and yeah, I am, but I don't. People are like, what's your story? You're not a journalist. What's your story? You're not working on. What story are you working on? The story is, how are you going to react to a polite man, at least I think I am, a polite man walking in with a camera? How do you react? That's the story, and nobody seems to get it. And then once, egos get involved, I've said this at my trainings in law enforcement. I've done trainings with the North Bergen Police Department in New Jersey, the Hubbard Police Department in Ohio. And I've said this, the biggest problem in law enforcement is the lack of accountability and an ego. A lot of times I've been arrested is because, and I guess I kind of understand. It's like, when he's like, you got to stop recording. I'm like, no, I don't. It's my First Amendment right. Like, the officer like, wait, this guy, this punk off the street thinks he knows more than me. I'm an officer for 20 years. In this Danbury incident, I told him, I said, you know, I kind of gotten feelings for like, these officers are good or bad, just by looking at you. I could tell some of you guys out there. No, I'm just playing. But I'm looking at it. I'm looking at him like, you know, you're a tyrant. And he says, I'm a tyrant, but I've been a police officer for 25 years. I said, okay, no problem. I get the body camera footage of the person I call the tyrant. And he said, again, just filming, this man said, 20 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, he would have been on the ground. He's talking to another law enforcement officer. This guy would have been on the ground. 15, 20 years ago, that motherfucker would be dead with his teeth missing. I would have done it. And again, on this road of being disillusioned by the criminal justice system and realizing, I'm like, I heard this and I said, oh my God, this guy's gonna get fired. No, he did not get fired. He was able to retire, not even early. He got like a little suspension, a paid suspension, and moved on about his day. Could you imagine a law enforcement officer saying, somebody who's been there for 10, it turns out my intuition was right, calling him a tyrant, said he would have killed a man that's recording 20 years ago and removed his teeth, very specific, and that he would have done it. You know, that's pretty scary coming from a law enforcement officer. And again, these things, all of my journey that I've had doing auditing, from the trainings, from the actual auditing, from the court battles, it's opened my eyes to the criminal, I call it the criminal injustice system. But there has been instances where it has worked out. So this is the incident that Jacob was talking about. This is the district attorney here. And I just think this is a very interesting interaction. It's Haskell County, Oklahoma.
Who are you, sir?
I'm the ADA. You're recording the courthouse. Why are you recording?
Who are you, though? The assistant district attorney?
Yes.
And your
Why are
name?
you recording the courthouse?
Assistant district attorney. And what's your name, sir?
James Green. Why
James
are you
Green.
recording the courthouse?
I'm just taking some pictures and videos, sir, in the building here.
Okay.
Why would that be?
Because you do not need to be recording the courthouse.
I'm not breaking any laws, sir. Aren't you a law enforcement official?
Yes, I am.
And I'm not breaking any laws.
So this is a security issue. You need to stop recording. If you don't, call the sheriff's office. Take it removed, okay?
Sir, as a district attorney, you should understand that I'm not breaking any laws and that.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said, but you're incorrect in what you're talking about.
You can make a decision here. Keep recording and we'll call the sheriff's office.
I'm not going to stop recording.
Okay.
I'm not.
Are you here for any business purpose?
Yes, sir, I am. That's correct.
What?
Do I have to share that with you?
I'm asking you, what are you here for?
Well, I'm an independent journalist. I'm gathering content for a story here. Hi, ma'am. How are you?
What's your story?
It's on the county here. It's on the county. Mike just turned into, you know, corrupt and tyrannical district attorneys.
Really?
It could have just turned into that.
He didn't like that very much.
Never know.
All right, let's talk.
Let's talk. I'm talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
So I explained that to you already.
All right, you gonna do?
I think it's funny that, you know, after I said I'm investing corrupt and tyrannical district attorney comes back. He's like, let's talk. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation now. I'm not going to call law enforcement anymore. Let's have a conversation.
Report over the historical courthouse. I mean, what?
Well, I can't divulge my story to you at this time because it might compromise it. I'm an investigative journalist.
Okay.
So that's all I'm doing here, just taking some pictures and video in publicly accessible areas. I didn't think I know I'm not breaking any laws. I haven't disturbed any business or anything, and I'm not going inside the courtroom. I don't understand what the issue is here
I
today.
understand you're not breaking any laws. It's a security issue. You coming in and recording. You're recording into the court clerk's office.
Correct, in the direction of there, yeah.
Well, why was that?
I'm an investigative journalist, I told you.
But why are you recording the working operations in the court clerk's office?
It's part of my story.
It's part of my story. Talk to them and request permission to do this.
I don't need permission from them. Respectfully, if I needed it, I would have asked for sure, but I don't need permission from anyone to record them in a public space. That's why there's cameras all over this building, because as you know, as the district attorney,
Do you have any credentials?
you have no expectation of privacy in
Do
public.
you have credentials, sir? That
I'm sure I have credentials and a driver's license and everything, but I'm not willing to show that to anyone that don't want to, don't think it's necessary.
So you don't think it's necessary to show me that your credentials, that you are what you say you are?
No, sir. I haven't asked you for credentials as a district attorney. I'm taking you at your word. I'm okay. I don't need to see them.
Okay. Well,
I'm not taking you at your word. And I'm politely, respectfully, sir, declining to show you any credentials that I may or may not have. Thank you, sir.
I don't own credentials. I do have a company. I could make credentials. I just don't, because I want to come off as just a regular citizen journalist that is going to record their interactions with government officials, with law enforcement, and not everybody has credentials. But everybody asks for them, that's for sure. See here, I wanted to show you this video. Jacob, are you connected to the Wi-Fi? I don't think I am. Yeah. Is there like a password, like for the Wi-Fi here? Is it like open that I could just connect?
It's like something.
I like that. That was good.
Username.
Okay, hold on. Let me just. I'll just move on. It's fine. Security issue. I like it. So basically, I was in Cook County. Jacob, bring up your. Can you bring up the Berwyn video? Because you have to see this. You have to take it into context. I thought I had it here. Huh? Yeah, you too. Just go to Berwyn. Hold on. Let me see if I could just show it to you on here. Okay, I'll just show it to you on my iPad. You'll get the idea. I want you to pay attention. This is the entire interaction between me and this person. City administrator. What office is this?
I'm the city administrator.
You're the city administrator?
I am.
Hi.
Are you recording me?
I am recording you.
I would ask that you not record me, please.
Well, you're a public official, obviously. You're the city administrator.
I'm not elected. And
That wouldn't matter.
Yes, it does.
That you're not elected?
Doors,
yeah.
I am not elected.
But that doesn't matter. You still work for the government. Still work for the public.
On our doors, we have a sign that says, no recordings are allowed unless we give permission. I am not giving you permission. It is a state law.
I did see that sign.
And then we follow state law here.
It's a state law.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. So
We talk outside.
who are you, sir?
I'm Detective Monaco.
Are you
I'm with the police department.
police department here?
Yes.
Okay.
Here, let's go over.
So sir, just so I just wanted to talk to you a little bit, let's de-escalate.
Okay, yeah, I'm not escorting them.
Yeah, no, I don't
I'm
think
just
you are.
talking, but they got to sign up. Can't record inside the building here.
That sign is unconstitutional, sir. I'm an independent journalist, so I have freedom of
Okay,
press.
but the problem is, state law, you can't. They got to sign up unless they give you permission.
Mm-hmm.
Come in City Hall, and
Yeah.
you have to.
Well, I have business. I have business to conduct here, as well as my business of exercising my freedom of press. I'm working on a story on the City Hall
Here, let's go.
for
let's go over
transparency
here
and accountability.
come on.
Can I get your name, ma'am?
Sure. I'm Ruth Ciaba Green.
Ruth
Ruth Ciaba Green.
Ciaba
I'm the
Green.
city administrator.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Okay, so I wanted you to see that. Ruth Ciaba Green, the city administrator. She was the complainant. That was my entire interaction with Miss Ciaba Green. She wrote a complaint and pressed charges against me for disorderly conduct. That was our entire interaction. Nothing else. The state's attorney there, the Cook County state's attorney, said, we're going to prosecute this to the full extent of the law. You know, you shouldn't have done this. We found my attorney, James Jenks, at the time. He did the case pro bono because he saw it and he was like, this is ridiculous. And we filed a motion to dismiss, and the judge said, well, because they couldn't say anything in the complaint other than he was recording and people were alarmed. That's what she signed off to. It alarmed me, disturbed me, the exact verbiage of the statute, and that he was recording. The thing is, they didn't put any actions other because there wasn't any what it has to be in Illinois, it has to be an unreasonable act. So filed the motion to dismiss. The judge said, well, it's for a trier of fact to decide whether Mr. Reyes, or I have to hear witness testimony. So it apparently doesn't have to be in the complaint. The judge can just, hear it. And I totally disagree with the judge's decision. It moved forward to trial with a different judge, thankfully. And on the day of trial, remember, they're ready. We subpoenaed the mayor. Ruth Ciaba Green, city administrator, is going to be there. 3 officers. They all show up for trial. This is in Illinois, so I'm traveling all the way from Long Island. We show up to trial, and remember, the state's attorney is just like, no, we're not making any deals with this guy. We're just going to prosecute him. That's it. Trial comes. Everybody's there for the big day. I requested the judge to record the trial. The judge says, I don't care at all if you record the trial. Go ahead. I want to get this done, off my calendar. So let's hurry up and move on. So I was like, oh, that's a good sign. I mean, he's okay with me recording. So the state's attorney, Your Honor, we would like to disagree with this. And, he should have put up a motion and this and that. He's like, well, he did. It's an oral motion. It's fine. He's like, well, we would like to respond. He's like, go ahead, respond orally. No, we want to write something. No. This is scheduled for trial. You're not going to write anything orally. He's like, we should, we want to protect, I don't want to be on camera. Imagine a prosecutor saying they don't want, okay, I get it. You don't want to be on camera, but if it's a matter of public interest and you're in a courthouse, like everything you do is public. So he says, well, I don't want to be on recording. The judge says, I don't really care. We're going to move forward with trial. Let's go. Call your first witness. Opening statements, whatever. And the state's attorney said, well, then we're going to dismiss the case. So dismiss it. They dismissed the case right there and then. Literal minutes before trial. Me traveling thousands of miles to Illinois, and they dismissed it. Again, prosecutorial discretion, right? They can do that. But why not look at that video and say, he didn't say anything mean. They didn't do anything to that woman. She signed this complaint. This is total BS. There's no disorderly conduct here. There's no unreasonable act. She didn't even look alarmed. So again, but to protect, I said that this incident started with a camera and ended with a camera, right? So it started with me recording in City Hall and it ended with me being able to record in my trial, and they didn't want to see that. Why wouldn't you want to? It's really sketchy to me that, and it was sketchy to a lot of my viewers and to everybody who is like, oh, the minute it's recorded, now you're going to dismiss the case. Are you that ashamed of your case? Is your case that weak? You don't want the public to see your case. It was, again, prosecutors, you guys have so much power. And I know you have bosses, you have the DA, everything else, but you have so much discretion, so much power to do things. And for me, I think that power should be used in a good way. And a way it could be, that was used in, I guess, a good way because I won, but it was used in a way that, halted transparency. I would have loved to go to that. I would have loved to have that trial that day and show it to the world. I would have loved to do it because I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't disrespectful. I didn't do anything illegal. And I would love for the world to see that. But they took that opportunity from me because they didn't want to be exposed for the world to see. Yeah, discretion isn't just about fairness. It also can reveal discomfort with accountability. That's what I had written here. That's for the Cook County State's Attorney. They did not like cameras. Let's see here. How prosecutor discretion. This is, I don't know if any of you watch my videos, but this one is the one that.
Entertain your complaint.
All right, corrupted it again. There's a theme here with Connecticut, but the long story short to this, how we get to this point. I was filming at the airport. I was filming the security checkpoint, not just because it's public, but because TSA has a memo that says, yeah, no problem. You can film in the security checkpoint. You could film it all day long. We have no issues with it. They made a policy, a memorandum on their website. So I went to test it. I'm in public anyway. So I'm filming the checkpoint. I get to, a TSA agent, supervisor comes over and he's like, yeah, you have every right to do what you're doing. We have no problem with it. A state trooper, Connecticut state trooper comes and he says, give me your ID. I was like, well, I'm not giving you my ID, sir. I haven't done anything wrong. Put your hands behind your back. Turns off my recording, detains me for 20 minutes. Supervisor comes, they release me. Again, no crime, just 20 minutes in handcuffs with my recording being stopped. I asked him many times while I was handcuffed, I was like, what crime did you commit? I didn't say you committed a crime. I didn't say you committed a crime. Well, I'm in handcuffs. And he's like, well, I'm just telling you, you didn't commit a crime. I was like, well, officer, it said this in the video. I said, well, maybe you should exercise your right to remain silent because you keep digging yourself deeper in a hole. It's like, don't tell me the law. Again, the ego. Don't tell me what the law is. I know what the law is. To think that you could just handcuff somebody because they don't want to give you their identification, to me, is mind-boggling. I was eventually released. The sergeant said, you could go on about your day. And the officer, again, ego, he says, we can't even just give him an infraction, Sarge. And he says, I'm like, what? And he's like, no. He's going about his day. So again, just he wanted any little thing he can get. So I went to the Connecticut State Police headquarters, and I wasn't too familiar with Connecticut at this time. I went to the Connecticut State Police headquarters to file a complaint for being unlawfully detained. I didn't know that Internal Affairs was not at the headquarters like it is in my jurisdiction. It's a separate building. So I'm speaking to this officer, and then I speak to Sergeant Brian Fahey, Sergeant of Pistol Permits. And he's telling me the whole time how he's so busy. I don't have time for this. Your civil rights violation, I don't really care. You know, there's proper channels. We want you to file a complaint, but in the proper channels, I don't have time for this. I'm so busy, just so you get context. And then this is what happened.
We want to entertain your complaint through the proper channels. You want to make a complaint?
Yeah, which is through Internal Affairs.
Yep,
It's the
so
proper
you can give
channels.
him that. Yep.
I will go speak to them
All right,
personally.
have a great day.
You too.
Nice talking to you.
You as well.
I'll be right with you guys. You're all set here?
Excuse me?
Are you all set here?
Well, yeah, there's nothing else obviously you can help me out with at this point.
So you're all set. So you're going to go to IA right now, correct?
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right.
I'm going to be going.
Okay.
I'm going to be going.
Okay. So you're going to stand here with your cell phone on?
I thought you were busy. I thought you were a busy man.
I am busy.
So you should get to work.
I should get to work? Is that what you're telling me?
If you're busy.
We're going to have a problem between you and I. We're going to have a problem between you and I.
You're going to do an interference.
His body camera's on. His body camera's on. Stop. He has his body camera.
I don't care.
Stop,
I don't care. Right? This is private property. Okay?
I'm not doing anything.
You're not going to videotape me and have an attitude with me.
I'll get off
I'm going to tell you what right now, dude. I'm not the one. Okay? I gave you the information you needed, and I gave you your outlet. Right? You were giving your outlet. No, you wanted to stand there and hold your cell phone in my face. Is what you wanted to do. Yes, you do. Take your cell phone and go and make your complaint. Okay.
Okay. Can I grab my cell phone?
Stay right here. I'll get it for you. I'll get it. All right. Where's your car? Where's your car?
Man?
Where's your car at?
I'm gonna go, man. I'm going.
All right, no, but where's your car?
I didn't even know where my car's at. You were about to arrest me, man, for real?
Has
your body camera on?
Yeah, my body camera is on, buddy. I'm Trooper Cell 1139.
Costello.
Yep.
Wow.
Listen, with the situation
You were gonna arrest me for real?
We're going to detain you of what the situation was going on, man.
Conversation's over. All right.
The situation that was going on. He was going to detain me, pulls out his handcuffs, and he says, we're going to do an interfering. This man, super busy the whole time, so I told him, well, if you're busy, you should get back to work. Again, he could have just went back inside. That's where he was originally. It would have been over. I stood out there because I was going to do an outro to my video. All right, guys, we went to the wrong place. You know, this isn't where we file our internal affairs complaint. We need to go to another place. We're going to go head there now. Boom. Would have been over. But this man, Sergeant Brian Fahey, his ego wouldn't allow him to just have me just stand outside in public. So he tries to take my camera, grabs it, actually takes it and throws it, damaging it, breaks the back glass, grabs me up as you see, puts his I'm not the one, starts poking me. The other guy, you know, takes out his handcuffs. I went to the state's attorney's office for this judicial district and I said, here's the video. Here's the evidence of the crime. I would like to press charges for this crime of assault. He says, well, after reviewing the incident, there's no criminality here and we're not going to press charges. Again, discretion, right? They, in my opinion, used it in the wrong way. I filed an internal affairs complaint, obviously, for the original incident and this incident as well. And they said they cleared him of any wrongdoing. This individual faced zero consequences other than the federal lawsuit that he's about to be deposed in. But other than that, he faced zero criminal consequences and zero internal consequences from his department. Zero. In fact, he says he grabbed my camera. In his IA statement, he says, I grabbed his camera because through my training and experience, I've come to know that all phones can be disguised as pistols, firearms, tasers. Imagine, he wrote this. And then he even included an Amazon link to a phone that could be a taser. He included the link. But he says, oh, and I grabbed his shirt because I didn't want him to fall backwards. That's what he says. He says this in his statement. This individual said, well, I was going to detain you for interfering because, interfering with my own assault. I don't know, interfering. I don't know what interfering, how it applied. But again, I find out later that this is like his first day. He's a rookie. He's been there for 20 years, shot somebody, had a bunch of problems. He's a loose cannon, which is why he works in this building in the first place, to keep him away from the public. He's a nice guy. He just automatically went to go, this is the problem, the thin blue line. He went automatically, instead of saying, hey, Sarge, back up. You can't just grab, this guy didn't do anything to you. You can't just do this to this guy. Like, even if he doesn't arrest him, just say, hey, back up. He immediately went to pull out his handcuffs to put the handcuffs on the victim. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. And that the state's attorney would do nothing to hold this man accountable, his department, nothing to hold him accountable. And when you're not held accountable for your actions, you're going to repeat them. I thought that was the whole point of our criminal justice system, to hold people for their accountable for their actions, not only to deter them from engaging in that sort of behavior, criminal behavior, but as to serve as a deterrent for future people and engage in that kind of behavior. What are we looking at time? Okay, cool. So he's being deposed soon. Now, Jacob, I meet Jacob. He represents me. I go to the NYPD, massive, right? I mean, huge organization, basically unlimited budget. They made a policy where you can't record inside the precincts. So, but there was a law, imagine this, there was a law passed in New York City saying that, and the author of it said, in part, we're writing this law to supersede the policy and to stop this policy from being enforced. They write the law, the Right to Record Act, and the NYPD doesn't care. They keep enforcing their policy over the law. So I went to the precinct recording, they get arrested. Jacob goes to my attorney, gets dismissed on a technicality. Again, and I got arrested. I was arrested 3 times in 3 different precincts. Again, this is a law enforcement agency that is in direct, the law is not like, you know, it's novel, but it's not like it's not complex in any way. It's very simple. You can record anywhere in public that police officers are. And again, if you look at the legislative history of it, they come out publicly and said we wanted to stop the NYPD from doing this, and they don't. And the NYPD doesn't. And the prosecutors, Jacob's former colleagues in the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office, instead of saying, well, there's a law that was passed by the New York City Council that wanted us to stop this sort of behavior, but we're going to prosecute Mr. Reyes anyway. Again, discretion in the wrong way. They are ignoring the law that was passed by representatives of the people to cater to the NYPD. And they're, because the NYPD is a very strong organization. I'm sure Jacob has a bunch of stories about them. But again, now all these cases get dismissed. I file a federal lawsuit and I ask for a preliminary injunction to stop the NYPD from doing this to people. It was granted. And you guys are attorneys. As you know, preliminary injunctions are not easy to get. The standard. We get it. And still, the district attorney's office moves on to appeal the case, to appeal the dismissal, because they want so bad for me to lose. They want so bad for the NYPD to be able to stop recording in the lobby. And again, I have no problem with no blanket restrictions whatsoever. The NYPD lobby is like maybe 8 by 10 feet. They already restricted the whole thing, a long time ago. But again, they hate transparency and they hate somebody who bucks their system. And my overarching point is, like, as district attorney, you work for the district attorney's office. You have some investigators here, and you guys have dealt with these things. We don't have to like each other. I would love to respect each. I would love that we respect each other, but I guess we don't even need to do that. Jacob talked about auditors that disrespect police officers. Listen, I don't think it's productive towards what the goal that I am trying to achieve. I am not part of any, auditor movement, as far as I do not align myself with other auditors. They all have their own motivations. They have their own goals. I have my own goals. And none of them have been speaking in front of a district attorney's office before. None of them have been speaking in front of law enforcement officers before that I know. And so I think that the way I go about it is good because I'm not here to teach you anything. I'm not an attorney. You guys are the attorneys. I'm here to give you my perspective and to show you different incidents for those of you who haven't seen my videos, of where prosecutorial discretion has gone wrong, has gone right. I've been arrested where the case was immediately dismissed. Hagerstown, Maryland, I'm recording in a post office again, nefarious me, right? Recording in a post office again, and I got charged with failure to obey and I believe trespassing. That's the best. That's the one I always get charged with. Trespassing, and the state's attorney there immediately dismissed the case. I didn't even go for an arraignment. It was just gone immediately. So there are instances where it could help, but there's too many instances where I get it. You work with the police. I understand, and you are law enforcement technically, right? You guys got badges. You rose your hand when you asked who has badges. And some of you are actually like law enforcement. I see you over there in the back. But they're not. You can't just because they're on your team and do you think that they're on your side? And I see this with judges a lot too. They see you guys all the time, same faces over and over again, and you guys are you have this mentality. At least I assume that we're all here trying to get justice. We're here for law and order. But when a case like mine comes into play, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Pooler, Georgia incident. That was a pretty interesting video with the chief over there. Local media covered it. I thought it was pretty interesting story. The story is, how do you react? And I don't think the chief over there reacted in the best of ways, in my opinion, and a lot of people's opinion. They're not. You can say no. Like, you could say, well, I'm not going to prosecute this because I don't think that this is the right thing to do. First of all, it's not legally sufficient. But a lot of the times what I've seen is that district attorney's offices, prosecutors will protect the police department. Judges will protect the police department. Example, depositions being hidden from the public. That should be made public, in my view, for transparency. Keeping a case going because, Jacob, we did for Nassau County. There's a really bad guy in Nassau County. His name's Patrick Psycho Ryder. We call him Psycho for short. I'm not calling him Psycho. That's what his colleagues have named him, Psycho. That's the name that they gave him. So I'm sure you guys have nicknames in here, right? I don't think anybody's Psycho, but he's Psycho. He's been arrested for police brutality, official misconduct, and perjury. He's now the police chief of one of the strongest, well-funded, one of the most powerful and well-funded police departments in the country, Nassau County Police. He does not like that I'm investigating his asset forfeiture program, so on and so forth. I've been arrested by them 3 times. Jacob's represented me all 3 of the cases. They've all been dismissed, thankfully. This guy, the district attorney's office there in Nassau County, went above and beyond to protect Patty. That's what they call him, Patty also. To protect Patty and to protect to protect their law enforcement officers, or what they feel they're protecting their law enforcement officers. They got 7 orders of protection. Again, this is kind of like what you see is what you get. If you think I'm an asshole by this video, okay, then you think I'm an asshole. But that's basically in every video how I act. It is what it is. But to have the district attorney's office to get ask for 7 stay away order protections from cops, from public officials, and the judge says, "Oh, you know what? I'm going to grant him." So I was, what am I supposed to do? I'm scared to even drive. What if I get pulled over by one of these cops? I'm breaking an order for stay away order protection. I can't go to public buildings because there could be those cops there. It was like 7 or 8 stay away orders. Again, it's one thing to prosecute. It's one thing to over prosecute and to go through these extreme measures. They know I'm not a danger to them. It's a camera. Like, they know that. But to get a stay away order for a judge to go along with it, they don't want me to post the discovery in the case. So, yeah, okay, I understand they're going to do what they want to do to prevent transparency, and they're going to try and get a judge to issue a protective order. But they go above and beyond. Instead of just a protective order, they wanted to hurt Jacob and hurt my defense. Instead of saying, okay, we're going to email to Jacob, Mr. Uriel, Sean, you're not allowed to post it online. I would have disagreed. I wouldn't have violated the judge's order, probably would have appealed it. But instead of doing that, they said, we're going to give Jacob everything. They handed him 2 file boxes. They FedExed him 2 file boxes like this, just full of paperwork, to his house, to his office, and just it'll go through it all on a simple trespassing case. I don't think we even went through all those boxes, did we?
No. What was funny is in the discovery they turned over, part of what Sean was saying is he was investigating problems at that office. They turned over a body cam from one of the cops.
Right.
Right, where the cop had previously stopped somebody who was in the dispute with the agent who worked there. And he was a nice cop, took the guy in the back and said, look, you know, a lot of these agents, they're kind of like really bad at their jobs. I'll help you fill out the form. So the exact reason Sean was there, which was to look into that kind of stuff, they gave us in their discovery by mistake. And once that case got dismissed, that order was gone. So
yeah, so I posted it. As you can imagine, I posted all the discovery. Again, I talk about all my cases. One of the things that people, you know, what do defense attorneys say? You know, shut up, right? Don't talk, don't say anything. That's why I only have one attorney right now in New York, because like, you know, a lot of attorneys can't deal with that. They're like, you talk too much. I'm like, but I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not. I'm not doing anything wrong. To me, you know, I could say literally anything. I don't want to think about what I say in any of these court cases, and it's proven right. They've all been dismissed because I didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing I can say that's going to incriminate me. So I don't care. So we filed, as far as like accountability for, you know, what the district attorney is doing and the NYPD is doing, we did file a lawsuit. We got the preliminary injunction. The Second Circuit, you know, it's all fascinating to me. I was there in Second Circuit with my other attorneys arguing before the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. I'm like, this is cool. This is the kind of stuff that I'd like to do. Try and make case law in my name in order to make sure that the NYPD is complying with all laws and promoting transparency in the NYPD. So it was limited to just me. So we were talking to the only person in the world who can film inside of an NYPD lobby. That's weird. Yeah.
So kind of just like put a ball on it. So if an auditor came into our office,
right,
public building, this building, they come up to our office, they just start recording. How do you recommend that we handle it?
Great question. And this is the crux of it, right? Right. Yeah, right. Or anybody. And there's different scenarios. Not everybody's going to be as nice as me. I'm telling you, I've seen the videos. Not everybody's as nice as me. Not everybody's going to say, sir or ma'am, how are you? They might try and get under your skin. And again, getting under somebody's skin is not a crime. But, you know, my mom always taught me, the people always ask me, how do you remain so calm? Because even when all this is happening, I still don't curse or scream at the officers, even when they're putting their hands on me. This is just a taste of the, you know, thousands of videos I have. But my mom always used to teach me, don't let anybody control your emotions, because if you allow somebody to control your emotions, they're controlling you completely. And you have to always remain, and that's always stuck with me, that I cannot allow any other person in this world to control my emotions. So to answer your question directly, is that if somebody comes to your office, you see them, hey, how are you? Set a good example for your district attorney's office. Hey, how are you? Don't even mention the camera. And if you do, you can ask. Why not? I have no problem with people. What are you recording for? My own personal business. Oh, that's fine. That's not a big deal. I'm just interested in why you're recording. That's all. Can I help you with anything? Is there a FOIA request form I can get you? You know, I went to this one, ironically, auditor's office, and as soon as I walked in, he had, because I guess he had dealt with the First Amendment order before, he had FOIA request forms, their organizational chart, their budget, everything. And he's like, here, if you have any questions, let me know. And it's just like, oh, I guess there's really no questions to ask. It's shine a good, especially with somebody like me. There might be people who are just starting off, who are just like, who have no views, but, you know, and have no reach, no platform. But if I went into some place and they do good, and I'll show you a good example in a second. I know I only have a few more minutes. If you do good, then the world sees you do good. I highlight the good interactions as well. You know, if a law enforcement officer is doing the right thing, I highlight that as well, because I'm not anti-law enforcement in any way. I wouldn't be speaking with them. I wouldn't be doing these ride-alongs. I wouldn't be here. Yeah, go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Yeah.
Your videos where you post where it's a good interaction, I assume get less hits than your ones like this, right?
Yes.
So then, really, the First Amendment auditors are doing this to get a response. So even when you kill with kindness, at some point there's going to be a continuation. They're not just like, wow, God, they were really nice. I guess I'm going to walk away. For the most part, right, from what you've seen.
Right.
So
well, that could happen.
Yeah. So at a certain point, when you kill them with kindness, you answer the questions, but there's just this continual thing happening, right? At what point do you say, okay, man, look, you know, answer all your questions. You're just going to stand here and keep filming, or I mean, how do you handle those situations? Because this channel and all the people who do it, they're not doing it for the positive. They're doing it to get the reaction, because the reactions will get the views, which gets the money. So they're not going to just be like, oh, these guys are real nice, I guess I'll leave now.
Right. Well, again, they do get views. So I've had interactions where they're positive, where they get almost as much. Again, I'm not going to lie to you and say that everybody loves drama. They like drama. That's just the way it is. I mean, you know, with the old saying, if it bleeds, it leads, right? So people like, you know, that kind of content. But you're saying, see, you're dealing with like a hypothetical that I'm trying to answer, but because I need to know in this hypothetical, are they just standing there with the camera?
Yeah, you know, from what I'm seeing,
Right.
And what you're saying is you look answer the questions.
Right.
Some people will be like, all right, guess Some people might just continue to just be there and film, and maybe not even be a nuisance.
So what? Yeah.
Just let them do it.
So yeah, I mean, I think the simple answer to that question is just, why do you care? Why do you care if somebody's standing there filming? What does it matter? You know, who cares? They'll be out there. They'll leave eventually. You know, if they're there till 4 o'clock when you guys leave, 5 o'clock, say, hey, you know, time that we're closing up. Nice to have you as a, you know, ornament in our lobby. You know, you could be fun. I'm not saying you can't be funny and try and, you know, it's like, hey, you're just gonna stand there. Like, it is what it is. But as public servants, I think you should always be respectful, no matter what the scenario is, and be professional. And again, because once you lose your professionalism, you're allowing somebody to control your emotions. You are now allowing, as somebody, a grown man, forget you're a prosecutor, forget, you know, your legal background, that you're, you know, educated man, you're allowing somebody else to just get you out of your skin. And now that person won. And it becomes, and it looks less on you. That's why a lot of these videos where people are like, I have the people's support, is because they're the ones that are escalating the situation, not me. He could have went back in this scenario. He could have just walked back inside. He could have just said, okay, have a nice day. Nice meeting you. That could have been the end of it. But his ego, he wanted to say, you're going to go to IA, right? And you're going to go right now because I want you to go right now. And because I wouldn't leave to IA right then and there from public property, he decides he can assault me and he gets away with it. So just to answer your question, I would say, as long as they're not doing anything that, you know, I'm not saying, you know, if they're doing something that's wrong, call them out on it. You know, I call out auditors all the time for doing things that are wrong. There's, like he said, brought up, I'll name him by name, Brooklyn Audit, who steals on his live streams, who goes up to police officers, put the camera directly in faces of cops, who have put their hands on cops. I've seen. Again, I don't believe cops should put their hands on anybody, but I'm not going to put my hands on a cop either. So I just want to show you a good interaction of how this is.
I think practically though, you know, if you come to somebody and says like, all right, well, I've answered your questions, like, what do you want from me now? You've kind of created something where now they're going to want to keep doing it to get you upset, right? Whereas if you're just, all right, good to go, feel free to stand here. Sean, how long do you think, you know, once there's no more conflict, what's there to film?
Right. Or dialogue. The way I see it, I don't see it as conflict. I see it as dialogue. Right. 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 No, right. And that you're going to run into that, and that's fine. And again, some people are going to do that, but you could just control your own emotions. Let me show you this last video here.
Has arrived. Let's go out to speak.
So this is at a I believe a local DMV. I'd gotten some tips that they treat people horribly in there. They did. They treated me horribly. They called law enforcement, and this was law enforcement's reaction. Oath that they took to uphold the United States Constitution.
Private area, what's a private area where people have the private information, social security, credit card numbers. Is he just in the lobby area? No. We went into the league, we went to the registration. Okay.
The publicly accessible areas of those sections, sir.
How you doing, Sean?
Hey, how are you, sir?
Fan of your page.
You mind if I just get your name and badge number?
Sergeant B. Secker, badge 24.
Hi, Sergeant. And your name and badge number, sir?
Officer McCabe, 186.
Officer, nice to meet you guys.
Your usual stick?
Yeah, just in the publicly accessible area, sir. Not, no one has complained about anything other than the facility manager here who felt I was harassing him.
Okay.
Yeah, he asked not to be recorded, but as you know, Sergeant, as a public servant and being in public, he has no right not to be recorded.
Okay.
But I'm not trying to cause any problems here, just trying to exercise my rights peacefully,
I'm very
sir.
familiar with what you do. So as long as he's in there and he's not interrupting business and he's just recording, it's good to go. Okay? If you have any problems, please call us back. I'll be happy to help you. Just being honest. You're good to go. I know what you do. You're good to go, man. You're not going to get any problems from us.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you.
Day,
Thank
okay?
you. Appreciate you guys.
Good luck.
Thank you for honoring your oath today, sir.
This is the way it works. Okay? Unfortunately,
So this is at a recorder's office. The reason why this individual here he's blocked off is because he's a public servant who treated me very horribly. And he went and didn't want his face to be covered, so I covered it this way. He wanted his face to be covered, so I covered it for him. But
if it's open to the public and his eyes can see, he can record whatever his eyes can see. If it's like something that is like top secret, it has to be behind closed doors, locked and restricted. But if it's open to the public, which this is all open to the public, if your employees don't want to be on film, you're gonna have to get up and walk away. We can't tell him he can't record. We just can't do that. If this is open to the public, then he can record. If it's not open to the public,
all right. And I'll just close with this because I know I was here till 2. Sorry, a little bit over. But these interactions have gotten, to your point, these interactions have gotten hundreds of thousands of views and people positive comments because my viewers and supporters, subscribers, they're not anti-police for the most part. Are there people that threaten police officers and do stupid things? I get threats. You know, Jacob gets threats. You know, we're talking to the FBI right now for some lunatic that keeps, you know, sending Jacob some crazy stuff. But you guys are like the gatekeepers of justice, right? I mean, because cops are out there on the street, you know, they're doing what they're doing. Sometimes, you know, they can be heroes. Sometimes they can be the villains of the story. But you guys can analyze the situation and make a determination with your discretion on whether you should move forward on a specific case or not. And it's powerful because discretion can silence the truth or it can shine a light, right? It can silence when you use your discretion not to prosecute the bad cop, or you use your discretion to prosecute the guy who's just recording in publicly accessible areas. It works cuts both ways. Our rights aren't obstacles, they're foundations. You and I, we can disagree. And this is what I tell people all the time. I've spoken before law enforcement agencies. I've spoken right in front of people who hate me. And I think it's really eye-opening to see how many people, how people would just hate somebody else without knowing them, without knowing where they come from, their background and everything else. And that's fine. If you want to carry hate in your heart, I would suggest, I'm not your psychologist, I would suggest that you move on from that and not worry about the guy on the internet, not bothering anybody, in my opinion. We can disagree, but you swore an oath to uphold the United States Constitution, right? You swore an oath to, you know, uphold the law here in Georgia. And you have to do that. You have to honor your oath or else you shouldn't be in public service anymore. So if you guys have any closing questions, I'll take any questions. Anything? Nothing? Questions for Jacob? Any more questions for Jacob?
You can also come up if you want to talk privately.
Yeah, I have no problem answering any questions privately, but listen, I appreciate you guys having me here today. I really do. I appreciate your attentiveness. I appreciate you listening. And again, we might not agree, but you know, this dialogue is important. So I just want to thank the district attorney for allowing this to take place and for you guys to come. So thank you guys, appreciate it. And thanks to Brian too. Thank you.
Thanks. So, you know, I just want to thank you all for coming again, and I want to thank
Please don't make me listen to Sean again. Holy crap, he had a lot to say.
Yeah. I don't, you know, I don't think district attorneys understand it because they're out to screw us, the 1A auditors. It's a good dialogue, but I don't think they'll ever understand the auditors because they're actually out to get us, the 1A auditors. I don't think they'll ever understand that because they're out to sock it to the auditors. I think they'll push to get the highest they can get. I don't think they'll ever work with the auditors. Just like the cops, they'll never work with the auditors, which we all know that. And we've seen that. They won't work with the auditors. We all know that. So.
Hey, Upstate, how you doing?
It's a good try on Long Island's. For trying it, but I don't think it's going to work.
I don't see anyone doing anything better.
You know, hey, ATL Transparent News. I don't think it'll ever.
How you doing, ATL? Devo, what's going on, dude?
I don't think it'll ever come out that they'll work with anybody and see the point, because they believe the police are always right and we're always wrong, even though we can prove that the system is corrupt. So,
and not just in the US, right?
Yes, it's getting corrupt all over. Look at UK. They don't have no freedom to speak over there. The only place you have freedom to speak is on Sundays at the Freedom Corners.
Speaker's Corner,
Yeah.
Well, do you have freedom of speech down there? As soon as you try to say something, people heckle you. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Where is there, the system, and here, you can protest to a certain extent here, but then they stop that.
Yeah, well, protesting is one thing, rioting is another.
Correct.
People like to confuse the two.
Yep.
You peacefully assemble. You're no longer peacefully assembling the minute you bend down, pick up a rock.
Yep. And you can peacefully protest, but when you start blocking streets and when you pick up that brick or pick up that rock and you start throwing,
those are crimes.
It's a crime. And I'm sorry, when you start blocking streets off where people can't get to hospitals and can't get from point A to point B, it's wrong. It's wrong. I watched a video where they were literally making fun of people when they said, come on, I have to get to work. I'm a single mother. I need to get to work. And they said they didn't give a shit. And when they've got 3 main drags blocked and there is no other way around, and they didn't care. That's getting ridiculous.
They're sounding like Joffrey.
That's getting ridiculous.
Ignorance.
There's a point where it's uncalled for, and then when they're blocking main roads and main interstates, it's getting uncalled for. And I was watching the other night when there's little kids, I mean 9 and 10-year-olds, blocking streets when two on a 3-lane highway and 2 lanes are blocked and the 3rd lane there's people flying down through it. That's endangering children. It's uncalled for. You know, I'm watching, you know, cars flying down the road and little kids are out in the middle of the street. You know, I'm looking at it like this is unbelievable. That protest is getting violent now. You know, you're right, upstate audit. Not enough cops know our rights, let alone the Constitution. And our very first video, we showed they don't know Constitution. They don't know. I don't even
anything.
He didn't know a law, and he was arresting people for laws he didn't know. Laws that were no longer on the books for 5 years, and he tried to arrest somebody for it. You know, and you know, there's a laws on the books for homelessness in many states, but they're not solving the problem of homelessness. They're not solving the problem of homelessness. But they're arresting people for homelessness. They're charging fines for homelessness. $250 fine for being homeless. How are you going to charge somebody $250 fine for being homeless when they don't have money for an apartment? That sounds pretty stupid. How can you charge somebody a fine for being homeless when they don't even have a place to live? It's pretty stupid. And some of these states have 3 strike rules. You know, it sounds pretty stupid. Yeah. You know, we watched one guy, he took 3 oaths. He took 3 oaths and he doesn't even remember what the oaths he took. He took 2 oaths to 2 different police departments and 1 to the Air Force. And he doesn't even remember the oaths he took. That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. When you take 3 oaths and you don't even remember the oaths you took.
I don't think he cared.
No. That's pretty bad. When you take 3 oaths and don't even know the oaths you take. That's just, yeah.
Some of these comments are brilliant. What a shock. Another clown cop is just stupid. Is he just a liar or is he just dirty? Maybe a little bit of all 3. Police should pay at least 10% of the restitution in lawsuits, and communities pay. Our communities pay. Yeah, this would end immediately. Yeah, well, they should pay not 10%. They should pay the whole fucking thing, man. Liquidate their assets and be criminally charged. Don't stop shit. And stop shit straight in its tracks.
Yeah.
Qualified immunity. Get rid of it. I don't seem to need it.
Yeah, and this immunity for the cops has got to go. It's got to go.
They should have some sort of like an insurance deal, you know? If someone wants to insure them to go out there, then they can pay.
Yeah, just like teachers, they have, you know, once they have tenure, they don't have to go anywhere. And I'm sorry that I don't think they should have tenure. I think very seriously, this should be a federal law that if a cop gets fired in one city, they shouldn't be able to go to another city or state and get a job. If they're fired for just cause, they shouldn't be able to go to another county and get a job.
The problem is in training. They get 6 months training, and a couple of days here and a couple of days there. When in reality, it'd take any decent lawyer, a lifetime to learn the laws that they are expected to enforce. So we've got to come to a medium. I'm not saying coppers should take a lifetime to become a coppers, right? Because maybe they should, some of them, but they should give him a little bit more than fucking 6 months. You know what I mean? Maybe 2 years training, or come on, give me the happier medium. 2-4 years training before they can give him a gun and say, yeah, go and fucking shoot someone.
They don't have to be a lawyer to be a cop, but you got to have some knowledge of laws.
Policy at the very minimum. I mean, if they can't be expected to follow policy, how are we expecting them to enforce laws?
Come on. He couldn't quote a single law, but he was arresting people. Come on.
It's a travesty. It's a mockery. It's an insult. That's what it is. Fucking insult.
Hey, Fat Belly. When he doesn't, he couldn't say when he was arrested, and 40 minutes into a video, and you can't say where you're going to arrest somebody. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. You didn't even know what a CAD was?
Can you imagine relying on him in a testimony in court? He's a liability. I mean, he'll tank it. He'll ruin any chance of any trial.
And his lawyer, he what the hell was he there for?
Feeling comfort police. I think he was the comfort police. He was there to protect his officers' feelings.
If he was the union lawyer, God, they might better they got him out of the Cracker Jack box. The only thing he said, I'm going to get a restraining order against you.
Give me a moment. Check that private real quick.
1 sec.
Support, send me something. It says the worst update on the worst cop in Mississippi. New info. It's a video.
You're here.
Am I playing this video, or who's playing it?
What was that?
I was going to say, was that video for me to play?
Support sent it. He said it was a good one to watch.
Night, sleep 4 or 5.
Okay. Let's see what he's got to say.
Okay, Mamabear's bringing it up. Thank you, Mamabear.
Yo, what is up, everybody? How are you? Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're there, and I'm here. Bear with me, but it's about 4 in the morning, and I don't sleep much anymore because ever since I started this wonderful carnivore diet, who Life Under the Microscope told me about, I have more energy than I know what to do with. So I'm up all hours of the night. I sleep 4 or 5 hours a day now. That's about it. And I just wanted to give you an update about the worst cop in Mississippi, specifically Waveland Police Department in Mississippi. And his name is Sergeant Joffrion or something like that. He's probably the biggest punk ass cop I've ever seen or heard. And he doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. And everybody's done a video about him. And I was going to do a long live stream about him, but so many people have done a video about him. And I just saw that Long Island Otta did a video about him. And I watched pretty much every single one of them. And there's just a few things I know that they don't know, because I have the luxury of knowing the GOAT himself, Jeff Gray, from here in Florida. I've got to meet Jeff Gray at Audapalooza. He was there. He won a big GOAT trophy plus a beautiful glass trophy. Thank you to Larry Downs Jr. for hosting Audapalooza. We're probably having another Audapalooza this year in October. And again, I want to give you an update on Waveland Police Department Sergeant Joffrion. He responded to a call of a man harassing people at City Hall, and the man was Jeff Gray. And if you don't know who Jeff Gray is, you must be new here. He's one of the originals, the GOAT of auditing. All he does is hold a cardboard sign that says, "God bless the homeless veterans." And he's been arrested for it, I don't know how many times. So Joffrion shows up. He says, "Hey, how you doing?" And Jeff says, "God bless the homeless veterans." He goes, "You got some ID?" And Jeff says, "For what?" He says, "Vagrancy." Well, vagrancy was repealed 5 years before that incident. And he doesn't recall anything during the deposition. And the few things I know that other people don't know are that was held at a lawyer's office somewhere, probably in Mississippi. Jeff wasn't there in person. He was there live over Skype or Zoom or something like that. And his the court reporter was there. The sorry ass lawyer for the Mississippi cop, the Waveland cop, Joffrion, and Jeff's lawyer was there, and then some random lady that Jeff doesn't even know why she was there. The reason I'm in the garage is because my wife's sleeping, and I can't use my normal voice inside the house because my voice projects a lot. So that's the situation there. And he doesn't recall anything. He was purposefully being a dick. He doesn't know radio calls. He doesn't recall anything. And the very few things I know about the situation, because I got to talk to Jeff about it, is the outcome. The outcome is they have to do the Waveland Police Department plus 2 or 3 other police departments in that area have to go through constitutional training. I asked Jeff if he got any cash money for that case, and he told me he can't talk about it. So it's my opinion that he did get some cash, and he should have got some cash because he's been harassed so many times, and cops don't know basic law. And the main thing that nobody else really knows and just speculates on, I actually know, is most people want to know, did he get fired? Well, not only did he not get fired, he did not get demoted, he did not get suspended, he actually is being sent to field training officer school so that he, Sergeant Joffrion, the worst cop in Mississippi, can be a field training officer have go out in the field with new policemen for the Waveland, Mississippi Police Department and train. This guy is going to be the training officers for new officers at the Waveland, Mississippi Police Department. The guy who says he doesn't know the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, he doesn't know what vagrancy is, he doesn't know what harassment is, he doesn't know speech, he doesn't know the right to assemble, he doesn't know press, he doesn't know or recall his own policies on body cam footage. He didn't get demoted, he didn't get suspended, he didn't even get one of them paid vacation suspensions where they suspend you with pay. He didn't get suspended without pay. He didn't get suspended at all. He basically got a promotion because I'm sure when he becomes the field training officer, that's going to come with a raise. So for everything he did to Jeff, he got promoted for it. And when I asked Jeff, how is that possible? You know, there's really no answer for that. It's just straight corruption and deceit and a disdain for you. This is police culture. And again, John's the bad guy. John's the frauditor. John's this. John, we're all bad people. But if it wasn't for Jeff, Sergeant Joffrion would be able to go around, violate everybody's rights, and his police department would have his back. They still have his back, even though now millions of people have seen what a scumbag this guy is, the way he acts in court, the disdain he has for you, your family. It doesn't matter who it is. He's going to treat you like scum. He thinks you're nobody. And he got promoted, basically. They're sending him to field training officer school. I believe he's also a member of a SWAT team. And he has a stupid... And let me tell you, you want sure tail blue, I'm going to call them blue flags. It's actually, the term is red flag. You want to know what a red flag is for a police officer? And one you should really be worried about is first thing you look for is, are they wearing blue line paraphernalia, accessories, blue line ring, blue line tattoos like he had, blue line across their thing, a blue line there, a blue line flag on their car. Anything blue line, those always seem to be the worst cops. Another red flag, we should call them blue flag. Another blue flag is literally a blue flag tattooed on them. A blue flag Glock. There's a such thing as a blue flag Glock. I've seen them. Sleeve tattoos. You see a cop with sleeve tattoos? Those always seem to be some of the worst cops you'll ever run into. This is police culture. The guy basically got a promotion. What happened to them? The settlement was those 3 or 4 different departments over there who violated Jeff have to go through constitutional training. And usually it's 5 years, every year for 5 years, or every 2 years for 10 years, they have to undergo constitutional training. That was part of the settlement. It's undisclosed whether Jeff got any money or not, and he wouldn't tell me. He told me he couldn't talk about it. So therefore, I'm going to assume, it's my opinion, he got some money and he deserves it. And the only other punishment was that he got promoted to field training officer. The worst cop, one of the worst cops I've ever seen, after watching tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 hours of videos of bad cops and research. This is one of the worst, probably top 5 worst cops I've ever seen in my life. And the punishment is that he got a promotion and he has to attend constitutional training that he won't be able to recall 5 minutes later. He's a liar. He's scum. He's an insecure little boy. He's a coward. That's what he is. Sergeant Joffrion is a coward Plain and simple. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's no doubt about it. I'll put the link to, in case you haven't seen it. If you haven't seen it, my goodness gracious, everyone's covered it. The only person really left to cover it is lackluster, in my opinion. Long Island audit got over 100,000 views. Solo Yackers covered it, who is also the armed fisherman. I call him Solo Yacker because I like that name better. Liberty Trolls covered it. Jeff himself has put it on. Oh, another update. Thank God I remembered, and I'm babbling, and I remembered. The scumbag lawyer who was representing the worst cop in Mississippi, Sergeant Joffrion, his only worry about that whole deposition was that it was going to be published on social media, YouTube, and he threatened Jeff with a protection order. And Jeff laughed in his stupid face. So the lawyer, and these are the lawyers that defend cops. These lawyers also swore to uphold the Constitution, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. But they don't know it. They can't recall it when they're asked. The guy got a promotion for what he did. Jeff told me that what he wanted was to expose this guy, and he got what he wanted, and I'm glad he got what he wanted. And I'm glad this is getting so much attention. I'm glad he exposed himself for the disgusting pig that he is, because that's what you are, Sergeant Joffrion. And I hope you see this, bro. Waveland Police Department needs thousands of auditors. It needs thousands of people standing on the steps of City Hall with a sign that says, F Sergeant Joffrion's mother, wife, sister, brother, etc. That's what they need over there. A true hardcore exercise of the First Amendment, assembly, etc. Press. They need that drilled into their head, and they're going to learn who's really in charge. When it's just one auditor, one journalist, one angry citizen, one person here, one person there, they don't mind that. What they mind is millions of views over the internet, exposure, and constant phone calls to their department. That's what gets under their skin. The way this cop acted was so disgusting. So just to sum it up, I thought this was going to be a 5-minute video, but obviously I know how to run my mouth a lot. So constitutional training either once a year for 5 years or once every 2 years for 10 years. Possibly, in my opinion, some cash for Jeff. I'm sure he got some cash. Good for him. He deserves it. Absolutely, 100%. And Sergeant Joffrion got a promotion to become the field training officer of Waveland, Mississippi Police Department. And Jeff was threatened by the lawyer for Sergeant Joffrion that he was going to file for a protective order. Sorry, Joffrion. Now you are the most famous cop in the whole state of Mississippi. And you're not famous, you're infamous. You're disgusting. Whoever raised you is a bad parent. Both of them, neither of them, all of them. I feel sorry for any woman who ever dates you. You're a coward and a child. You don't belong anywhere near a gun. You don't belong anywhere near a police uniform. You shouldn't be wearing a badge. You're nothing but a coward. And you're probably, I can't even say it. When two relatives make a baby, that's probably what you are. Okay? So everybody, thanks for watching. I don't know if you know I lost my sponsor. Also, I want to ask you to become a member. It's 99 cents a month. It's $12 a year. Okay, if you want to donate to me, you know, I've never asked for money. Only one time have I ever asked for money in 13 years on YouTube, and it's when I got arrested. And thank you to all the people who donated. And I never want to ask for anything, but if you got $5, $sign John Felix on Cash App. I make about $600 a month on YouTube. That's nothing. You know, and I also want to ask, while I love doing police accountability, I know a lot about politics too, and I would love to do political commentary. Would any of you be interested in me covering politics at all and mixing it in with the police stuff? Let me know in the comments. Sergeant Joffrion, you're a loser, bro. You're the epitome of a loser. You're in the loser hall of fame. You're gonna go down in history. Your loser lawyer can file all the protective orders he wants. The internet is forever. What you did that day and the way you acted in during your deposition made you look like the coward you are. You showed your true blue line colors. You're disgusting. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Much love. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents a month. Give it to me. I'm worth it. Right? Right. Have a good day. Peace, tranquility, peace, and chicken grease. See you on the next one. Bye.
Well, there you go.
He is still employed. I have checked myself.
Got promotion.
No, he's better employed. Now he's got more money. Yeah.
Now he can spit out more Joffrion dickheads. He can make more of them. Like what was that movie, Ariel? Oh, fuck.
I
the
went.
Gremlins. You remember the Gremlins when you feed them at night? That's it.
Yeah, if you wet them after 12 o'clock or something.
Oh man, that was it. Now there's more of them. Don't fucking spill water on a Joffrion, for fuck's sake.
I went on their website personally, and I found him, and he is still employed.
I wonder if the public outcry will make a difference over the coming months.
Especially since it's been blown up so bad. Since the deposition come out.
Yeah, remember this happened 2 years ago.
It just settled. The lawsuit.
Yeah, it just settled. That's why it come out.
I just found the lawsuit. I looked it up. The lawsuit was settled the other day. The lawsuit was settled the 20th. Because I have.
It really doesn't matter what they gave Jeff. He's gonna donate that.
It's a confidential settlement.
Yeah.
It's a confidential settlement. It is a confidential settlement. So nobody's going to find out the agreement because I have it. It's a confidential settlement. And everybody knows Mamabear finds the stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I find the court papers. And it is a confidential settlement. So, it is a confidential settlement. So it's already signed by the United States District Judge. It's signed, and it was signed on the 20th. So, you know, I'm glad they're getting Constitution training.
That he's going to forget in 5 minutes.
But he can't remember what he did yesterday.
That's right.
So what's he going to remember?
No, he's not just getting constitutional training. He's gonna be the trainer. He's gonna train everybody because now he knows, right?
You know, he can't remember laws. So what'd he do? Carry the law book around? You know, the laws are, there's bookshelves of laws
Biggest
in
moron
Mississippi.
ever.
How is he going to remember anything? What's he, Google everything? I'm sure his cat can't remember everything.
Hey, Mamabear, what's a book? I just forgot. That's what he's going to say. What's a book?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Hilarious.
No. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Biggest moron ever to walk the earth and wear a badge.
I haven't searched him. I don't know if he's married because I usually
God help his wife and his dog. Oh my God, I feel sorry for the dog.
I don't know if he's married. Don't know if he's got a girlfriend. But you know what? I pity him. I pity him if he does. Run, lady. Run.
Little
If he's
bully
got a
boy.
girlfriend, run. If he's got a wife, run. If he's got a dog, jump the fence.
Jump the fence. Jump, run, go, flee for your life, flee. God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now you walk among us. It's proof. Morons. Biggest morons on earth are given authority over the rest of us. This is truly an Animal Farm experience, right? Does anybody remember the story, George Orwell's Animal Farm? Oh, it's a really good book if anyone has, or there's a few animated cartoons and stories about it, but it's a really good book.
You guys know I'm not like that. I don't tell a dog to run. Don't tell a wife to run. I hate to say that he even has a cat. Jump out the window. Flee.
It reminds me of that.
Defeat it.
Do you remember the Lord of the Rings, Ariel?
Yeah.
Do you remember the guy who was a little bit possessed or something and
Smeagol, my precious.
No, the other one. He was like the boss of the humans, right? And he was kind of possessed, and then when he would come to and he realized, and he's like, flee for your lives, flee.
Yeah.
If he has kids, he'd probably forget that he had a kid. Oh God. I kind of want to end the live stream here because we've talked so much about it, and I want to keep it all about him.
Okay, we can do that.
That way,
It's been a long day anyway.
That way, everything is about him. Because he deserves it. He deserves it all about him.
Yeah.
All about him. Graham, I don't know if you heard what was just said about him. He got a promotion. He ended up getting a promotion after all of it. He ended up getting a promotion.
Yeah, he can go and create some more gremlins, just like him.
After everything, he ended up with a promotion. Grab, check your WhatsApp. I sent you a message on WhatsApp. But after all, he gets a promotion. I just can't phantom that, getting a promotion. I just can't. I just cannot figure out he gets a promotion out of it all. But yes, just run. Just run. You know, he's gonna train somebody and they're gonna say in a deposition, I can't recall. I can't recall. I'm not a lawyer. I can't recall. We need to contact everybody that's got picked up and had a trial with him and tell them to appeal it. Appeal it. We need to get every one of his cases and have them appeal it. Every one of his cases, and do a fundraiser for everybody to get lawyers to appeal it. We need a GoFundMe just so that we can raise money for everybody to appeal their cases. You know that? So they can appeal every one of his cases.
You couldn't appeal the cases because he hasn't been charged with anything.
You know?
First problem is charging him.
Yeah.
And once you've got charges on him, then you can appeal the cases.
If he's charged anybody, they can appeal it. Because they have to do a deposition. And I'll even sit there and say, I can't recall.
All right, I'll see you on Jitsi. I got to go outside and pick up some tools and stuff and put them away.
Okay. I think we're going to wrap this up anyway. So.
Yep.
I can't recall.
Hey, Grim.
I can't recall. I'm got a total recall. I mean, I can't recall.
You know, like
I have to go on.
Is that a sort of like a bedroom issue? Is that like a performance issue?
You're talking about yourself again, or you can't recall?
I'm talking about the not recalling.
You sure?
You know, it just depends on the context, right? Because you can not recall, or as in not recollect.
Oh, just stop it. You're not a comedian. You're not a comedian. It does not work.
I'm just trying to clarify, you know.
So don't come again, or try not to recall. Leave the jokes to the professionals.
Try not to recall who it was.
No, that's withdrawal. Thank you for letting me join in tonight and Restream. By the way, guys, I have watched it before, and your comments were quite good. But can I just ask one thing? Please don't shout. It's enough to wake the dead. I know because I've been talking to them. They're not happy.
Oh God.
Right, I'm going to go.
It was a pleasure to have your crew here.
I shall see you all again. We'll have to do it again.
Yes, well, we're going to end the stream anyway, so because we want to keep it all to the I don't recall. I'm not a lawyer.
I just tried to hit the button, but I can't recall how to do it. Right, I'm going. See you later.
Yes.
Good night,
Everybody for joining us. It was a pleasure. And share it out. Everybody share the link out. Share the stream out. Let's get this some more out. And thank you all for joining us. And we'll see you on the next one.
And there's always going to be a next one. Good night, guys.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.
War never changes.